but hoof evaluations today. Okay, we're going to get right into it here. So, well, as soon as I post this, let me put a picture up so people are just looking at a blank screen. Let's see, screen share. Oh, I need to find a picture first. Da, 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 Come on, why aren't you working? Okay. Um, Pictures. Quick, quick, get something up there. Oh, here, just look at this for now. This will work. And let's see, open with. No, not that. Windows Photo Bureau. There we go. Okay, now I will hit screen share. Just a minute. Should have got that prepared first. There we go. There we go. There's a nice, interesting picture to look at. Ha. Okay, now before we start here, I am going to go to YouTube and get the link and post it on the group page and also on another page. So we're going to be a second here. What you're looking at here, so to give you something to stare at, is just a diagram I made on the alignment, how the alignment of the horn tubules and the lamina on the inside of the hoof has to be in alignment with the lamina on the foot. So that's what I'm trying to depict here. Okay. Okay. Okay, got that posted. And I really would like to post it in another place here. See, if I was more organized, see, here's our problem. Here's a problem. I don't have one shred of entrepreneurial ability at all. Okay? Like no marketing. I mean, I hate any kind of sales. I hate any kind of marketing. I hate that stuff. But you know what? It would be good if I had at least a little bit so that I was a better promoter, not to make money, a better promoter of what we're doing here. I am not good at it. There's people who have come to this group, learned a few things, and run off and are charging $900 for a class now. And the funny thing about it is they reverted back into their old habits and they're trimming the heels out of everything. I found that out the other day after I forced myself to go look at their page. See, that's what happens. If you don't, we continue on to know the truth. And this is also why I don't like people coming onto the group and promoting, different kinds of trims, because I've done them. And so has everybody else that's here. And people get offended, oh, well, not free to talk about blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, you are free to go do whatever you want, but we're not going to promote uh, methods that we have all done that damaged our horses and that we know. See, the ones of us that have been here a while, if new people and stuff like that, they don't understand that a lot of times, that it's not a matter of, oh, we're just going to be a cult and just stick to our own stuff. No, it's a matter of, we've all been there, we've all been in that, and we're not going to promote that. Because you get, like, let's say you're doing everything right, but then there's one thing that you pick up that they believe that we already know is wrong. Like, don't trim the frog, just trim off the little tags. Well, guess what? Doesn't matter how much heel you try and grow or anything else, your foot is going nowhere. See, so if you pick up what I would call a false teaching, all right, and you, even though you've mixed it with the truth, look at it this way. This is anatomy. Truth is everything in anatomy. You can't just, it isn't a deal of just, well, this one works for you and that works for me. What if our doctors were like that? You cannot do that in anatomy. You can't just choose whatever foot you think your horse ought to have. Like they do with the big lick horses and with the draft horses, they make their feet grow out into square platters and stuff like that, so they'll pick their feet up real high. You can't, you have to have an accurate understanding of what is the true anatomy. And the difficult part is these horses' feet can morph into more shapes. And most horses' feet have morphed into some form or shape that is not its true form because of the way that hoof capsule responds. Now, see, I get off all on this tangent and I'm not posting my thing. Anatomy is vital. I mean, I just want you to think of it in terms of, you would really want any doctor or specialist working on any part of your body to know the anatomy, to know how it functions, to know exactly what's correct and exactly what isn't correct. See, that's why people get MRIs. And you have to have somebody who understands that, read it. You would want your doctor to absolutely know the anatomy. And the fact of the matter is, and we have proven it, is that we have 200 and anywhere from 250 to 270 years of error that has been passed on in the vet schools and into farriery, for the last 250 years minimum, which can all be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay, so that is why we just don't allow people to say any old thing on there, because first of all, if you've been in this for any amount of time, you've listened to these other methods and heard these other things, and you got that in your brain, and so that you've been taught to see things a certain way that is not true to fact, to what is really going on and stuff. Now, shut up, Linda, and go post that on this deal here. See, I want to post this on another thing here. Okay, just a minute. Almost ready. Da da da. See, I knew I couldn't just do. Okay, well, I have to. Maybe I won't post it on there because it always wants me to change to some other account. Okay, so the anatomically correct trim hoof care community page is what I'm posting this on. Let me get that. Okay, let me write an introduction. Okay, so I'm going straight to Facebook and I'm going to look at the thing I set up and whoever put their name there first, if anybody did. Okay, so Marilyn, um, and Lynn Stillman and Elena mentioned something. Okay, da 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 da. So, okay, so who's here who has a horse's feet you would like me to look at? Anybody? If not,
Uh,
I'll just go to the page and pick somebody.
I'm here, but I don't know if anybody else has something more important. This is Marilyn, and I've had laryngitis, so I'm not talking well.
I know, I can hear you. Okay, so
You
where
should
do
have
you,
heard me yesterday.
oh man. Well, I hope you get well soon.
Thank you. I'm
Yeah,
trying.
okay. Well, okay, so where's some pictures?
I posted Dolly's trim pictures, I think last week on the page.
Okay, okay. Now, see, I was all confused. Let me tell you why. So if you look up here at the little black square that says who you are, okay,
Mhm.
it says Marilyn Aho. And see, I'm thinking Marilyn Morrison Aho, but it's saying Marilyn Aho. And so I got confused. And for a moment there, I thought you were a different Marilyn.
No, no, no. I'm the same one.
Yeah, okay.
Facebook purposes, I put my maiden name in there, so people that
Okay.
knew me that way.
I know for a moment I was going, well, it kind of sounds like Marilyn, but not. Now we know why. You
That's why.
have laryngitis.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So I am so happy with Dolly's feet. The
Well,
way the
good.
direction they're going. And I'll tell you what I'm really happy with is your trimmer. She just
Wonderful.
seems to be doing a great job. Okay, so I am on the page now and I'm looking it up here. Just a minute here. They're down
I,
here.
I had to I had to put my trimming tools in my truck and promise not to touch her feet.
Oh, did you?
I did
Or
because I'd gotten in there and I trimmed her frogs and everything 3 days before a trim, and the farrier says, "Why did you do that? I couldn't see." If I wanted to see, I'd like, "Yes, ma'am, I know," but I
she
know that
want
she doesn't really trim frogs and stuff. So
yeah,
I had to promise I will not be messing with her feet, but I'm gonna trim her frogs.
yeah, yeah.
But
Well,
I will tell her that I'll be trimming her frogs.
yeah. Yeah, if she don't trim frogs, and now see that's interesting because that's just what I was talking about.
Exactly, exactly.
You know, they just don't get it, and so we're gonna talk about that here. Now I'm looking for new share here. Okay, okay, so here we are. So for years, you had trouble taking them toes back, didn't you?
Forever, forever.
And your foot didn't go anywhere really, hardly most of the time, did it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. And see, I understand that because I mean you've got, let's face it, we've all got post-traumatic stress disorder on these horses and their feet. Like no kidding, you know, from from all of the bad trimmings from the farriers and the barefoot trimmers and then ourselves. And so we're really afraid to do something wrong a lot of times and make the horse sore, which is totally understandable because you don't want to do that,
Well,
you
right.
know?
Dolly was sore from the day I bought her.
Yeah. So now I want you to tell me. So you know what? I should go and look up. I would like to go look up a couple of past trims for people to see for that you did before you got this new gal. Okay. And what I want to discuss is now, now when she started this, did she take toes back right away? What did
Yes, that
she
was the
do?
first thing she did.
Okay.
And we had a discussion about that. She told me what she wanted to do, and I was just cringing, thinking, "Oh my word, my horse is going to be crippled. Oh my word.
Mm-hmm.
But I promised, I said to the Lord, let Melissa trim the way Dolly needs to be trimmed. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, okay, do it. And she
See,
did.
that's great. You know, and she's been leaving heel. Now you've had to deal with her to leave heel, or does she
She
just do it?
typically leaves heel.
Okay.
I've watched her trimming other horses, and she's the first one I've seen that I could really agree with because she doesn't ramp heels, she doesn't rasp them off. She will level a heel, but she doesn't take off the buttress and ramping and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, see, then that is good.
And
You know,
some horses she will top dress more on the wall, but she says she knows I don't want her top dressed heavily, so she doesn't.
okay. See, that's great. You know, so you really lucked out in getting somebody that you can kind of work with, you know,
Exactly.
and you probably learned something too from the way she's like, have you been watching the way she takes back the toe and what she does?
Yes. Oh, I
And
watch everything she does.
okay. And what does she do?
She puts the hoof on a hoof stand. I asked her this last trim if it was time now to start beveling from the bottom, and she said with thin-soled horses, she said when she bevels from the bottom, or she says when you bevel from the bottom, it's too easy to take too much and they get sore. So she said thin-soled horses, she does it from the top, and
Hmm.
she puts the hoof up on a hoof stand and bevels like a 90-degree angle straight down,
Okay.
and then rounds it off. That's it.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
It
Um,
works.
yeah. Well, it has worked. Absolutely. I think that's really interesting. Hmm. Well, and see, even though she's doing it from the top, she is not really taking it high.
No, she's not.
You know, I'm going to
And if
open
you
these
look
up.
at the toe, it's basically a 90-degree angle from the tip of the wall down to the ground. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, it is. And see, I think this is really interesting. And that's great. Now, huh, I'm going to have to think about that. That's pretty cool. See,
it works.
I'm learning something here. Now, I will put a foot on a stand. I always bevel from the bottom, you know.
Right, and that's what I had
Um,
always done.
yeah, I really like this idea that you just start and do a bevel back from the top to start to get this toe back because I mean these toes have come back very nicely,
Oh, they have.
you know?
And Dolly is not sore. I mean,
Yeah.
she's thin-soled and she's sore from thin soles. But the day after this trim, when I turned her out, she picked her way over the lumpy frozen mud and then took off at a gallop across the pasture
Wow.
an hour after a trim.
See, that's amazing. You know, and another part of that too is also the fact that she does have some heel. Been working on that for a while, so that helps as well.
Yeah,
And so everything just see her foot is not all spread out now. It's really coming together, you know. And
yeah.
so this is going to help push these tubules back because see you can tell that the whole dorsal wall has come back.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
I'm gonna go so we can show people. Well, let's just look through them first, and then we're gonna go look at some of your older ones. Now, wait a minute. This is 1031.
That's the same day.
Okay, now is this after trim?
Yes.
Okay. And she's leaving some wall, but she's taking the toe back.
Right. And she says that Dolly is one of those horses that needs a little rim of wall to keep her soles protected.
Oh, absolute. See,
She has a list of I think 200 horses that she does.
uh-huh.
So she's been doing this for 18 years.
Yeah, and look at this, looks pretty good. I mean, look, you know how last week we are talking about how the foot has to look, you
Yeah,
know.
I missed last week. Yeah,
Oh,
last week
okay.
was Farrier Day.
Oh, okay. I'm going Farrier Day. Well, you know, I'm thinking like Universal.
I was at the barn. I was at the barn with a farrier doing these feet.
Okay. Okay, so let's see here. All right. So what I meant was this shape here, see, is pretty good. We talked about, see the inner foot. If we're to take capsule off the inner foot, this is the way it's shaped. Okay. And so then if you see, if you're taking a frontal picture or whatever, and you see this, just a minute, I'll change the color to what? Oh, blue. If you see this, you know that's not good. You know that the wall has been being
Right.
left too long in the pillars. We talked about pillars, our toe quarters. And so if you see that when you're looking at the front, or you see this, see, you
Right.
know that you're not trimming the sides of the toe correctly.
Right.
See? And so what I'm seeing here, I'm really liking. Let's see here. Let me undo that. Okay. Close you out. Say this is going to help all this, all these horn tubules move back. That one's looking good. Looky there. You actually got some bulb skin up here, and you can see where the separation is between the bulbs, which is good. See this being up here, that's good.
This is the
So,
foot. Remember last winter when the frog shed off?
mm-hmm,
This is the one that the frog had been covered with perioplin and all fell off in layers and it had all those weird holes and
uh-huh.
stuff. This is the foot.
Oh, okay. Well, looks pretty good now.
Yeah, it's doing good.
Okay, but you are going to keep trimming frogs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And stuff, because because the back of this foot is going to want to move and expand,
Yep.
you know. And if I were you, if she leaves some of these bars a little wrong too, I would touch them up a bit and not say anything.
Right. Right.
Probably won't even notice unless she watches this program today. Oops. Hmm. All right, well, this
It's
is
been about
great.
a month since the bars, or 3 weeks since the frogs had been trimmed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, just a minute. I want to annotate here on this foot. Just a second. I just wanna do a little mapping. Let's see. I don't know how to use this new thing here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think that's how. I just want to see some. So, okay, you're gonna have to work on make sure you work on the apex of the frog.
Oh yeah,
Okay, in
definitely.
this area because it will hold the whole thing forward and stuff. So as we see, you can see here her bulbs are still turned in.
Right.
And you can see that this piece of periopal is holding everything together here,
Uh-huh.
you know. Um, and so I really think with what she's doing, along with your tweaking, that we'll see the back of this foot stand up. Because see, in order for those heels to stand up, this frog has to move back.
Right.
Okay. So I just want to see something here. If I come in here, see if I come right up to that heel there. Okay. This bar should end. You see how much of that bar, see how this bar is right up in here?
The heel, Linda, the heel only measures like 1 3/8 inches.
That's
It's not
okay.
2 inches by any means, 1 3/8.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. Just a minute here. I'm just bringing this in here. Okay. See now this heel is more trimmed out over here. You see how this side of the foot is wider
Uh-huh.
over here? Is this, that's a medial side too. So it's like the opposite of what we usually see. Am I seeing this right? Is this bulb wider? Or is it just the way the picture's taken? Irregardless, well,
I
look, yeah,
can't tell.
look at the frog. Just a minute. Look at the frog here, how the frog moves out like this. So this frog, okay, so this frog, like if we were to map the frog, okay, you would need to take off this much frog. You see it?
Yes, I do.
You see how this is wider here? And so what'll happen is, okay, I have to hold on for a minute. I got to talk to my husband. Okay, so I'm sorry, I got to take about a 5-minute break here and get some shirts together for my husband to send out. He's at the hunting lodge. So can you wait about 5 minutes here and have a discussion? Can you do that?
Sure.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Everybody hear me?
Yes. Hi, this is Elena from
Hi.
Hungary. Simone,
Hi,
is it
Elena.
you?
Yes, that's me.
Is it Simone?
Yeah, it's me. Can you hear me?
Yes. How I wanted actually to contact you because I want to get your expertise on casting.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that on private messenger if you want.
Because it's not urgent. I just basically want to try maybe with one of my horses on his hinds, just to see what I can achieve. And the other thing, have you tried glue-ons? Because I also want to learn that stuff. Or
Yeah,
have you?
I tried the glue-ons.
And?
Yeah, I don't like them because the movement in the hoof capsule is not as well as I want to have that. It's
And which ones did you try?
I tried the Hoof Star. The company is Hoof Star, and I tried once Octo glue. I
Duplos.
guess they.
Have you tried
Um,
Duplos?
no, because Duplos you have to put the little arms on it, the Octo arms. And there are ready also ready shoes where you can I can send you the links because I don't know the name in the moment from the company.
Anyhow, I just wanted, it's not the time yet because you really need to invest in it financially and time-wise also. So I just want to have a little bit of quiet time also to do
it's not cheap. It's a very expensive experiment, and but I can send you mine because I didn't use them anymore. Or if Sabine is going the next time to Hungary, maybe she can bring them to you and you can try that.
My I tried the Octos in various sizes. I use the Octos, and I found that if your hoof has any sidewall deformities, like mine has a curvature in it, still, you cannot get those things to stay on.
Yeah, that's the next point. Because that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, like if your walls are not perfectly straight down,
and smooth.
Any going in or out or any kind of injury, like my hoof, I guess when he was young, it looks like he's just got a spot where it always bows in a little bit. He must have gotten the coronary band nicked or something when he was younger. And you cannot get those shoes to stay on.
So they just fall off.
They just come off. The tabs start ungluing from the back where I have the most deformity and low heels. And it started ungluing. And then if you walked around, it was okay. If you went any faster than a walk, his natural movement when he rolled off the toe, which I had the toe set right, they just popped right off.
Well, Jessica, thank you for your comment, for sending it.
Yeah, and
I found it very frustrating and gave up.
Yeah, me too. On the Octos and on the Hoof Stars, there is a formed shoe where you put the two glues in it to separate, and they mix together, and then it a very, very hard glue.
That's epoxy.
The epoxy, thank you. That will fill up the edges, but it doesn't work because it is so rock hard, and the movement in the hoof capsule is not fine. So I gave up also and throw them away because I got them, but I don't use it anymore because it doesn't work on Dodo and it doesn't work for any other horse in my barn. So
and they were Octos, right? Or Duplos?
The Octos are Duplos with the little fingers on where you can just move around and stick them on the hoof wall. And the Hoof Star, they are fixed shoes. I can send you pictures and show you how the difference is, but
because
just try it.
It's interesting that you say my friends, they live in Germany and they're long riders. And they just they went through Europe and they just got back to Germany, to Bavaria, and they use the Octos. And they said it's like this is the first time they used them. They tried and they adjusted them on the road also, and they have really positive response.
Yeah, if you have the very good and straight hoof wall.
And if you have a very, very, very low heel in the back, so you have no hoof wall back there, those back tabs have nothing to grab hold of. you know, and that's part of the problem when you have absolutely no heel, which is why I wanted to put them on, was to protect the heel.
Yeah.
But those back tabs had nothing to hold on to.
Yeah, maybe you should try Dublos then, because they don't are fixed in the back, only in the front. The
Okay.
Dublos, or also like some other products where you have to glue on those, or not glue, but put the fingers on, but with heat, you know, that it's melting, and then you can adjust it to basically every hoof.
Can I ask who is talking? Because I want to connect the voices with the names.
Yeah, sorry, I'm Hedda.
Uh-huh.
I'm Hedda from Germany also.
Oh, okay, great. Okay,
And
well,
I'm
as Jessica is sending some info on Easy Boot, glue on with good results for my hoof. I mean, I don't have a desperate need, but I just want to learn the skill basically. But do you think then if there is no heel, or it's like not much heel, then it's better to experiment with casting?
I didn't make so good experiences with casting, because at my barn they just they walk them off so fast.
So fast,
Yeah. So I'm trying the glue-on shoes right now, and they are working well for me, or for my horse. Yeah.
Okay.
I use both the Octos and the Hoof Star. I did Hoof Star about 3 years ago. I did not like them at all. They were too restrictive on Dolly's feet. She liked them for about 2 weeks, and then they were just too tight. She didn't care for them at all. And this past summer, I had used the Octos, and Dolly's feet are far from perfectly formed. The back tabs would loosen up, and I would re-glue them, and they were fine. I had to take a putty knife and a hammer and nippers to get the shoes off. They did not fall off on their own. It's important to get them close to the correct size. And I ended up using a hind shoe on her front feet to get the proper shape. But I was happy with them. They collected a lot of mud. To do it again, I would get the plugs that go on the bottom to keep the mud and stuff out. But I was happy with the Octos.
Well, we don't have much mud because we have sand, so I probably will try Octos.
Yeah, and if the tabs are too long and they come up close to the coronary band, trim the tabs lower so they don't go too high. I was happy with them. I would use them again if I needed a shoe.
I just need, I guess I just need to go and watch the videos, and I think many people
watch lots of videos, and there is a glue-on composite group on Facebook that has lots of good suggestions and videos and questions and answers. I did a lot of research and looked at a lot of videos before I ever tried it. There is a learning curve. The first one is tough.
The first ones required alcohol when I got home.
You've been trained to apply to the hoof.
I don't drink, so I just had to tough it out.
Oh boy, a lot of this
Elena
requires drink. If you drink, I'll tell you.
Oh, okay. Linda's back. Cool.
Well, I was just listening, and I thought that was good. You guys were able to have a discussion and share your experiences about those things. Everybody's getting more experienced, and that's going to help other people as well. Find out what works, what doesn't, So,
Linda, I just wanted to ask, it's Elena, if we have time, can we look at one foot, because I'm just a bit confused and I think I might be doing something wrong.
Sure.
And I need to work out I need to read that hoof, and it's a bit tricky.
Okay. Okay, I'll try and help.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I'm just looking at this foot and thinking about it, and thinking about, there's so many things to remember. One of these days, I'll write them all down on a checklist. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Check the frog. Is the frog symmetrical? In this case, no, it's not symmetrical. See how it's growing over here? And so if you don't trim that back, it will keep growing over and pushing this side out over here. But another thing that happens is, well, then you start trimming the bar to the distortion. And see the bar and the wall is creeping up over the seed of the corn here. And so what'll happen is the foot will just get wider and wider, and you'll just be trimming to the distortion. So you're going to need to come in and thin down this frog here and open up this and retrim this bar over, because see what happens is these bars on the side of the foot where the heel is trimmed out the most, well, of course, the distance from here to here is going to be actually in reality shorter, because this side is shorter, the heel is more forward. But here's the thing though, then when people are trimming them and looking at the foot and you're trimming by sight, okay, you will start trying to match the one side to the other side. It's just natural for you to do that in your eyeballs, you know. And so like here, this bar probably, if you look at it from the bottom, it's looking like it ends right about here. Well, then this one is made to look like it ends about there too. So, you know, this symmetry thing that we do with that protractor is really, really important.
Can I ask you a question on these fat frogs? Okay, so I see your blue line, you know, it makes sense. When we're trimming, okay, since I'm right-handed, so I have a hell of a time getting that little corner out back there.
Uh-huh.
Just because you're right-handed, you're trying to get the knife in there. My left hand is not that steady to take a knife left-handed and dig that out.
Get a left-handed knife or a double-edged knife?
I have them, and I'm getting better. But how do we know when we're trimming where that blue line was? How can we, when we're doing it, actually know that we've gotten over far enough? Is there, you know, I'm looking at where you're ending it back there, where the little X is.
Uh-huh.
Is that like this? I'm trying to figure out how I know when I've made the frog narrow enough in the back.
Well,
if I've left it too wide. I mean, once you hit blood, you went too far. Okay, so you know that's
yeah, we don't really want that to be the
I've
standard
already, you know, a couple times. But how do you know that you've taken enough of the wide frog off? Is there a way for us to kind of eyeball that without doing what you're doing here?
No, you have to map the frog. And the best way is usually the top part up here doesn't get that wide.
Okay.
So if you can just kind of come down straight to about where the collateral groove should end now. Now look at the heel here is here, but here is there. Okay, so this heel, gradually this frog has gotten, see, can you see this piece of frog, how it goes out?
Yeah, that's like the part I have such a hard time being right-handed getting out on all the hooves.
Yeah. And so you just gotta kind of come down here with your knife, get the right kind of knife, you know, and just, I know it's hard. You
that
know,
corner is tough. I can do the other side beautifully.
Can I just mention something? Maybe it will help. I have a small loop knife. It's like the smallest size, and it's shaped like not like a teardrop. It's like a piece of, like, it's quite
an
thin.
oval. Yeah,
and
it's oval.
It's like a very thin oval, and it works. Like, I use only that one. I actually don't use normal light knives. I just have big loop knife and I have small loop knife.
Now, how are you sharpening them? They're a pain in the butt to sharpen.
I have a sharpener that it's like a rat tail shape, and I do it with that, and it's no problem. I can just make a picture and I will share it on
Thank you, because I try to keep my knives super sharp, which helps with these frogs when they're like rocks. But those loop knives have really thrown me for a curve on sharpening.
Well, that one is pretty easy, and it's like really saves me. And, you know, we have here very dry summers, so with no rain and stuff. and it's great for everything, really. I don't use it for the bars because I kill them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will post a picture.
Yeah, and I have a sharpener too that looks like a pencil. And it's, well, I should go get it. I should go get it and I can show it to you on the
Sharpening, I've read so many people that say that every time their knife goes dull, they just buy a new one. They must have like a box of them.
No kidding.
And I can't afford that, first of all. And I'm like, I think another skill we all need to learn is how to keep our tools and our knives in good shape for this work.
Yeah.
I'd like to find out how to do that.
I have it here. Just take a picture and I send to Linda, okay?
So, I mean, this one person said they had like 40 or 50 knives, and I'm like, send them to me. I'll sharpen them and mail them back. Oh my God.
Yeah, no kidding.
You can't, those knives are not cheap.
No, they're not. And I actually made a video on how I sharpen my knives, which I am not the best. I did that like the other day, so we'll look at that today.
Oh, thank you. And then we also need the one still that people are asking about, what tools they need to buy and how to use them.
Well, I did make a video a long time ago on tools.
Oh, you did? Because I have to find that for them.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, I'll
a long time ago, like years.
I called it Tools of the Trade.
All right, no, I'll have to look
like
for
a
it.
funny video. It was like a comedy, but
Linda, I sent to you the picture.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, so that little corner that you're talking about where it's flaring, all mine do that. And I mean, I am constantly grumbling, cursing in my head, trying to get that little, I call it the little nubbins in the corner.
Yeah.
That little tail that flares out, trying to get the knife in there and get that thing out.
Yeah, you need
I've drawn blood in that corner.
Left-handed knife. You need a left-handed knife, and then use your left hand, and then your fingers. Hold it with your fingers too, and control it that way to get in there. And you do have to contortion yourself.
Oh my gosh, because especially if you're on the side where your elbow is hitting them in the rib cage.
Yeah.
And your horse is just like, I'm done with you, and slamming their foot down.
Yeah.
But no, I've noticed that being right-handed or left-handed, I've seen, that it makes us stronger on one side. It makes our trimming better on one side.
Yeah. Then the other.
And we have to get really body aware of being right-handed versus left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like I need a left-handed person to come in and do this for me.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Good luck
There's
with
a
that.
trick. There's a trick. Just turn around.
Yeah,
I've done that too.
You
I
just have to train your horse. You just train the horse that it gave Dodo, for example, gave me the hoof also when my butt is showing to his back butt. So I just turn myself around and kneeing down.
That's what I've been trying to learn to do that too on a couple of other things that I've had to do. Yeah, you just have to get the horse used to it, because if
but
they
a loop knife would help because you just can, a loop knife maybe helps because it is sharp on both sides, and you just flip your hand from left to the right, because I am also right-handed, and yeah.
You know what I did the other day, and I shouldn't have. I took an old pen knife that I had with a short blade, sharpened it really, really sharp. And I actually took the edge of the knife down along the frog where she's got that blue line and just kind of sliced in. And then it gave me something to grab hold of with the knife. But I was so afraid because it has the point on the end.
But that's fine.
I was like, I got to get in here with something. So I almost,
that's fine.
I was pretending like I was cutting a pie almost, just made sure I didn't go real deep. And I cut along that blue line as best I could. And then I took the loop.
Well, look at what those Chinese guys trim with. I'd like to have one of those.
What?
Oh, it's like a big, sharp spade looking thing.
Oh, that thing.
They put it under their shoulder and they just slice off the hoof. I mean, that thing's fantastic.
That
They
thing's dangerous.
sliced the frog, the
I'd
bars,
slice the hoof off all right.
everything. Yeah, and I found a place to order one. Ha!
Are you nuts?
Yeah, no, I want to try one.
Oh my God, no! I've
I
seen
can
those.
do it. I've
Scares
used
me.
lots of tools.
No, so I used a penknife the other day to get in that corner because I could control the penknife being real
that's
sharp.
okay.
Straight blade. I was terrified.
Yeah, whatever it takes. Okay, but as you get more practice, you'll get more unterrified. Okay, I guarantee it. In fact, you know, sometimes it pays to be a little terrified, you know, and stuff, because then you're just not carving the foot into whatever, you know. So it pays to be cautious and stuff. And what it is with us, it's just that practice, you know, and learning the foot. You know, there's some things you can't exactly tell people, you know, like if you take this off here, it's going to be pretty hard, because I guarantee you this is probably periopal and frog or whatever, and it's pretty dead. But here's what I want to show you. This heel here is more correct, and the frog correct. The frog is distorted over here. This is how much it has outgrown, is clear over to here. So, let me undo that. So what happens then? Look here, you're thinking this is, well, look, watch this here. Let me find, well,
But
finding where.
Linda, sorry, I'm just interfering because I have a similar, like, I trimmed similar hoofs on my mare, and the frog is always grows out really quickly in those places, and it just covers this black, collects the gunk basically there.
Yeah,
that's what it does. So once I actually hit the blood, but I think you shouldn't be afraid of it because it won't be much of it really.
yeah.
I mean, just cut through it, I would say, because you just look at the other heel and there is like a crack also. Now you covered it with the blue when you outline the heel. So I think you shouldn't be afraid at all just cutting it off, because if you have a blood, it will be like you're shaving.
Yeah.
Unless the owner's there. Don't do it when the owner's there. They freak.
I am the owner.
It's not.
I am the owner.
I have my friend, and if she sees blood, I have to like, no, it's my blood. Calm down.
I remember doing that. I remember hitting blood one time, and I remember Riza saying, it's like a paper cut. Don't worry about it. I hit blood. It was like a paper cut, and I didn't worry.
I don't really worry about it because, to be honest, I cut horses I did much worse stuff. This is nothing really. And you know, you can have what I do. I just keep cotton wool. I keep some stuff, disinfectant, and you can go to the art shop and you can buy clay, like real clay, you know, for modeling. It's very cheap. And I just put the disinfectant on the cotton wool. I stick it in, and then I make a pack from the clay. And by the time the clay doesn't fall out really, it just sticks in, and I use it like a natural stuff for sealing the hoof, and it keeps the moisture also if needed, and it keeps the collateral grooves clean, and it's very, very cheap. That's the good thing about it.
Okay.
And you just keep something in a plastic bag, so wherever you have this kind of stuff, you just seal the hoof, and by the time the clay falls out, it's already, you know, stops bleeding really.
That's a great idea.
And the clay, you know, it absorbs the moisture and it keeps the collateral grooves clean. And the other thing why it's good, if you have a conditions where, like, well, if you can't clean and there are lots of mud and manure, you know, there are situations like this. So you just clean the hoof, you put the disinfectant, and if you don't have anything else, you buy a kilo of this art clay and you seal the hoof, and generally it will stay in the collateral grooves and it doesn't let the dirt to go into the hoof. I do it even before riding, you know, because then nothing gets into the hoof in a way.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's
So-
better than the cotton balls. I use cotton balls when the central sulcus is really disgustingly deep and horrible.
That's
And
a
I'll
good
put-
idea too.
I put on the cotton wool, I just put the medicine or disinfectant or whatever.
Yeah, when I
Yeah, and
smoke,
then I
I
just
use
pack
Anyway,
it.
grip,
it's just really cheap stuff that works for
I
me.
like the clay better though, actually, for the central sulcus, better than cotton balls after you put the meds in. It sounds
Well-
like it would stay in longer than the cotton balls.
It
Okay.
stays longer, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I want to show you something here. So, okay, so you see how this frog is, so the side of the foot is out, this heel is trimmed out more. Now, when this happens, now it either does, this is what can happen. The heels either curl in, like this side, see how this side is more curled in? Okay, but this side went wide. Now, so you'll see horses where the heels are trimmed out and they'll just go wide and the bulbs will stretch out both directions. Or you'll see where they could both look similar to this. They could both curl in more, you know, or even more drastic than this. So what happens is you're not seeing it. You wind up trimming to the distortion. So I'm going to show you the distortion, what's going on this side over here. And because see, your eyes, you naturally want to make things match. And so you'll also start looking at the foot as if these two heels were in the same spot across from one another, which they're not. One heel is actually forward of the other. So you're going to be looking at the heels when you're sighting down, and when you're looking at the foot, you're going to hold this foot as if this tip of this heel here and here were straight across from one another like this. See, one was here and one was here. See, that's the way you're thinking and you're looking at it. But the truth is, one is here and one is here. See there? And so this is now the foot is still shaped like this. Okay. But now you're looking at the heels like this. And you're sighting the foot like that. See what I'm saying? You start to gradually turn the foot because you're thinking this heel here and this heel are equally across from one another, when they're not. They're like this. And so that's when your foot, all the horn tubules start twisting over this way. Or if in this case, this is reversed on this horse, usually it's this heel that's trimmed out the most. So, wait a minute. All right, so here's what happens. So not noticing that this frog is distorted and this heel is pulling, and it's pulling, you got to remember, it's stretching all this anatomy over that way, right? So it's true that wherever this is stretched to here, it could be kind of shallow in here. You know what I mean? The skin right here.
Linda, can I ask you? I'm sorry, can you draw the direction with the arrow, how the foot is being twisted by this distortion? In which direction?
Okay, in this case, it's going to be twisted this way.
And can I ask you another question? Sorry, I'm diverting you maybe.
Oh, that's okay.
If we take a swipe with the rasp across the wall, how the hoof wall will look, I mean the thickness, it will be thicker on the lateral side and thinner on the medial, on the more run forward, right?
I think so.
Okay, my hoof is going through the same stuff, so I'm really excited to listen to you. I'm just like,
okay.
wow, finally.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Real quick, on these two heels to straighten out and start fixing the heel imbalance, I'm still working on this, which heel needs to be lowered to try to start straightening this out.
It would be the side that isn't as run forward.
Correct. I
So
just
in
wanted to
this
make sure
case,
my brain was right.
it would be this side here.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the foot, I'm tilting my laptop so that I got the hairballs, hairlines now a little bit more in plane, and you can see that that heel on the left would be taller.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you, Linda?
Yeah.
Can we look at the dorsal view? And I want to see how, because I'm relating to my hoof.
Yeah.
It's very, very. It's like when we look at it, it's very similar, and the lateral heel here is more up front, and the medial is more run forward. But when we look at the side views or the dorsal view, we will see the growth rings.
Yeah.
And
okay. Yeah, we'll look at that.
Because I think actually they can be, I don't know where they will be pushed up more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll look after we're done right here. We're gonna go on to the other views and see how it looks on each side once we understand what's going on here. So now gradually it's pulling all the anatomy this way, and so the frog, it's stretching the frog this way, and the frog skin also can grow, and it's filling up the collateral groove here. But the person that's trimming doesn't know this is going on. Okay, because I know this because this is exactly what happened to me. And like on my horse, I kept trimming to the distortion, and one day, just out of the blue, I thought I think I'll trim that away. And when I trimmed it away, I found that this bar was completely broken off under here. So another thing that happens is, like, you're looking over here, and let me get a different color, and you're seeing this, see the shape of this bar, how much bar we got here. Okay, well, with this out here, you're kind of seeing the same thing here. So that in your head, these bars look like they're about the same. See there? But this is what's really going on with this bar. This bar is actually clear down here and growing from under in here. See that? It's just covered up by this piece of frog here. And so what happens is, then when you trim that frog away, you really see how this bar is completely different than this one, and how if you keep it that way, it's just going to hold that foot right there, that heel right there. And this is what I've been seeing, the importance of really, getting these bars down to where they really, really, at least this is where I'm at right now, to where they really truly end. See, because what happens is, well, now look at all this up here. See all this? This is all smooshed forward. It's either overgrown bar or something, but see all that pieces of it right in there. And of course, this is showing that it ends kind of right there, but not because it ends there in reality, but because of the way the heels are at this time, this bar is not in the correct place. These bars, in reality, if the heels were fully back where they're supposed to be, which would be clear back here, these bars in reality would end probably about here, if everything moved back to where it was supposed to be. But right now the foot is kind of bent, but it's getting a lot better than it was. Okay, so do you see why you have to clean that out, and then you have to retrim your bar? And so if I retrim my bar, now you have to map. See, I got to do new mapping deal. You have to map the frog to keep it in line. And for me, the way I'm doing it now, see, any of this stuff, as we learn, we can change it. Okay. I am open to change anything as I learn more, But for now, this is just stuff that kind of helps me keep stuff in line. And so you map the bars. Just a minute. Okay. Oh, got a cough. Hold on. So you map the bars, and then you must find the true apex and find on the side where you're going to take them bars up into the heel here. See this chunk here of bar? Let's get this one up here. If this heel was in the correct spot, let me go back here just a minute. If this heel was in the correct spot and it was over, let's see, where's that other one? Oh, well, it would be, looky here. It would be right about here. Yeah. Now it'd be further back, you understand? But it'd be right about here. About here. That's where the true heel would be. If this thing had moved back and it was straight across from this heel, like this, it would be right here. It would be right there. So in reality, I mean, you see that bar is really truly a false bar and overgrown and in the wrong spot. And so the bar, where would the bar be? Where would bar be? Okay, let's see if we can make it like this one here. Okay, so in reality, okay, here's where your bar ends. Look at that. Now look at that here. So pretty close to being in the same spot. I mean, I can't do it perfect, you understand? But this bar then is going to end. Oh, wait a minute. I see what I did wrong. Never mind. Back up. Back up. I moved that to the wrong spot. Hold on. Okay. Let me come up here. And okay. I think right about there. Somewhere right in there is where your heel would possibly be. Maybe a little more like that. Not sure exactly. But regardless, your bar is going to end right in here somewhere. And so this bar has to be trimmed down, well, down into here. Just like this one has to be trimmed. All this is excess bar, has to be trimmed out right into here. So am I kind of making sense here for you, or have I just confused?
That makes sense, but that would bring it down below the level of the sole. Is that correct to do?
But the bars and the shape of the foot are below the level of the sole.
Okay.
You see, these bars, the shape of the foot. We're going to go look at the shape of the foot. Just a minute. Clear all the drawings. And I just want to show you the shape of the foot. Now, I posted when I posted the ad for this, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. That's not where I wanted to go. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. I clicked on the wrong one. Okay, that's not it. I posted a thing. I thought, oh, well, the ad for today's Hoof chat. Like, where the heck is it? Okay, right here. Okay, am I screen sharing? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so just let me get that because we're going to look at the bottom of the foot. See, this is the scary part. You're looking at the unseen. The unseen is the mirror of what you're seeing. So you're having to have faith in the unseen. Get it? Okay, and you don't see that foot, but if you know the truth of what the foot is supposed to be on the inside, then we can figure out what it's supposed to look like on the outside. That's all I have tried to do in all of this. Right, wrong, indifferent, and stuff. So let me get this out of the way. New share. Okay, wait a second. Got too many windows here. Hold on. Open. Oh, you stupid thing. Well, maybe I got it. Oh, there it is. I found it. And it's... Why am I not finding this? This is just weird. Just a minute. Try it again. Well, this stupid thing. Oh, wait a minute. It's right in front of me. Right in front of my face. That's usually the way it goes. So new share. Share. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, so I'm going to make this bigger. Now, I just want you to look at the inside of the foot. Okay, do you see the shape of the sole here? Do you see how the bar goes? Now, your wall would be up here. You see that? Your wall on the outside is higher than your bar. And look at the shape of the foot. You see how the foot tapers down like that? See, the bar is not supposed to be the same height. Well, see, it's hard to say not the same height as the sole, since the sole tapers down, you see? And so you have to look and see if your bar is also tapering down. So anyway, so see the shape of the foot, okay, and see now, because his heels are not just correct, I'm not going to make his bars look correct, because his bars will not be correct, because the foot, you know, when the heels are affected, well, what's connected to them? Right there, right here. This connected directly to your heel right here, right? This is the bar lamina. Your bar grows from here. And so this is going to be in a distorted position anyway. It's going to be bent up into the foot. Because as this part is pulled down, this part is curved and bent up. So these bars, the corium is actually bent up into the foot, so they are not growing correctly anyway. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to trim them as close as possible to where they really are in their distortion, so that they aren't overgrown and trying to look like normal bars and just hold the whole back of the foot there. So it's so important to trim that frog and these bars more correctly, so that the back of this foot can move and start growing. You know, this bar that's, see, it would be, let's see here. It would be, see, I got that one hoof capsule that I showed you here, how the bars bend up into the foot. See, and I'm looking at it here. So this bar, when this is pulled down and all this gets curved, this bar gets bent up into the foot like this. You know, this area here that grows it, okay, gets curved like that as well. And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to trim down this distorted bar as much as possible to where it is distorted to. Because as the foot comes unbound and uncurved, when you pull this down, the whole inner foot here curves up. It bends. That's why you get these whatchamacallit, scoops in the quarters here, because the whole foot is bent. And so what we're trying to do is take off as much of that distorted grown bar as we can, so that it will release the foot, and at each trim, you're trying to take it down to where it basically is close to, so that it will let go of these heels. And that includes the frog. Now, let me see. Where's my annotate here? Let me clear all drawings. Okay, so see, yeah, see, your bars are being bent up into the foot like this. That's how they're really growing. But the excess growth has come up here over time and grown just like that. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing your bar up here. But in reality, the real bar that's distorted and bent up into the foot is right here.
Okay. I can finally see it.
Oh, hallelujah! Me too. Because I'm trying to see it at the same time, my friend. Okay? Because like I'm seeing it, but I'm not seeing it. You know what I mean? See, that's why these meetings are so vital, because I'm going to tell you the way you learn is by talking and sharing and looking together. All right,
Linda, can I ask you a question again?
Sure.
When you just erased the pink marks on the right also, and there the bar was curved, right?
Yeah.
So this one is growing inwards more and like kind of into the foot, and the other one was more curved, right?
Well, okay, what I was doing was
hypothetically,
I was showing what the growth ring would be like. See, it'll be like this. And you'll see that in these bars too. You'll see that they have growth rings that go like this.
You know what I'm trying to get into? Like in certain hoofs, and in my hoof, one bar will be more grown in, and the heel will be more up high, right?
Yeah.
The other one on the right will be more run forward, more trimmed out, and that bar will be curved in a different way.
Okay.
Towards the outside. You just drew it, but you deleted it. So.
Oh, I was drawing something over here. What I was drawing. Well, see, like, okay, so here's the bar lamina.
So what I'm trying to get into, if we're reading the bars, right? And they're curved, and it's very good that you're paying now, like you're drawing our attention to the lines on the bars. Then we will look at the width of the hoof wall, and then we will be able to read the twist of the hoof wall. That's what I'm trying to get into, because my foot, and I'm sure the one that we're talking about before, is twisted, right? So I'm just trying, maybe it's not clear what I'm trying to get into, but it's like what you're talking about the growth rings and the bars and the shape of the bars, and what the shape of the bar means, how the bar grows into the foot. It's all connected with the twisting of the foot, and that's what I'm trying to connect all of that now. Basically.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's
very interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting.
See,
Anyway.
and I've been looking at this for a long time, but also wanting to understand what they're doing more. Like, I know that this part of the foot is being pulled down and bent forward, so it's shoving this part of the foot up, just like as if you were to take, I don't know, something flexible and bend it like a rod, flexible rod that's
Because you
straight,
see,
and
when-
bend it.
when
know?
when one heel is more trimmed out, what happens mechanically? The heel moves forward and up.
Yeah.
But it also, listen to that, it also will affect the other heel, because the other heel will go inwards. And you know why I'm saying?
Pulling it in like that.
Yeah, you know why? Because maybe it's, I'm just trying to think. If you look at the lengths, if you look at the width of the hoof wall, then you will see that more trimmed out side is always thinner, and the more upright side is wider, the hoof wall.
Yeah.
So the tubules on the upright side, the one that is thicker, they're more condensed. We were talking about. And here comes the twist, because the twist will be from more forward heel, right? More trimmed out heel, more collapsed heel will be twisting in that direction.
Yeah.
So actually all the tubules kind of, it's like migration, the migrants will go that way. And until we correct the more forward heel, the more upright heel will not be corrected.
Yeah.
You see my line of thinking?
Yeah, and I do understand. And like I know that when I first started glomming on, because see, I kept thinking that the more trimmed side was the high side because it pulls it that way. And so when you're aiming down, looking at the foot, that side looks high. And so then you just excavate it by trimming it down more, and it made my horse pigeon-toed. It totally twisted and tweaked the capsule in towards, see, on all 4 feet, on the lateral side, the heels were trimmed out more. And so he was toed in behind and pigeon-toed in front, and all the horn tubules, like if we were to look at the front wall, like this, okay, then if this was the more trimmed out heel here, then all the horn tubules were slanted, going like this.
Yeah.
See, and now so he's pigeon-toed.
But what would you say if we look now at this view of this foot, and we imagine it with a hairline, and supposedly the right heel, right on the picture, is more run forward. How the hairline would look, in your opinion? Which one would be, lower, higher? Because we need to look at the hairline, right?
Yeah. Well, what I see is when one heel is more trimmed out, I'm trying to remember now. It pulls it down. It pulls that bulb down and over to the side and jams this one up, which that's probably what happened to this foot too. I don't remember whose foot this is. That's bad.
So we have to address the jammed up side. On this one would be the left side, which would be the more upright.
Probably, yeah.
It's really, in reality, that heel is actually, when the foot is landing, is higher and hitting the ground first.
Yeah.
And pushing the coffin bone up on that side. So we've got to lower that side a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This has been so hard for my brain to wrap around.
Me too.
What side of these unbalanced heels needs to be lowered to get the inner foot to land flat?
Where my confusion comes? with the hairline, because on my foot, when we look at it, the more forward side has a higher hairline, in my opinion. That's why I need your advice. I'm just confused.
You got a picture I can look at?
I have a picture. Shall I send it now?
Yeah, let's look at it.
Okay. And
but I want everybody to know that this is not rocket science and it is not brain surgery. It is worse. Okay.
But you know what else I'm starting to pay attention to? On the more upright side, the heel bulb width will be narrower.
Yeah.
And then on the run forward side, the heel bulb will be wider.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to pay attention to the width of each side of the hair, the heel bulbs.
Yeah.
And then, like on, okay, this side's the taller side. But the more upright side, the heel bulb will be narrower from the center of the frog out to the side of the wall. It will be narrower. Yeah. And then the more run forward side, because everything's being pulled around and to the side. So that whole heel bulb on that side will be wider. And the closer these two heels get to being symmetric, the harder it is to figure out which one is which.
Yeah.
The closer to it being correct, the harder it is.
Yeah.
But when they're really out of sync, it's very obvious which one's which. But when you like I said, start figuring out and you get each trim, you get a little bit closer and a little bit closer, then you're like, oh God, which one's which? Until you've got them to the point where you're like, I can't tell. I guess they're okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get this just a minute here. Oh, well, interesting.
But I sent you the collage because I just wanted to see all the views at the same time.
Yeah.
But I can send them to you separately.
No, that's good. I just, that's good. This is good. I'd rather look at all of them.
And they're not so good pictures because it was getting dark.
Okay.
But I mean, you can see what's going on. And I have the pictures of the foot quite a while back. So I think maybe I made it. So it's made by me. And I just want to make a collage of each view going for 1 year or something.
Okay.
And then I will be able to trace myself. But at the moment, if we can just look at now. And
the hairline. Well, I'm already seeing. See, I think this collage is good because eventually we have to be able to see the foot in 3D in our mind through.
I always think I'm Tom Cruise and I want to have that stuff, that screen to see everything and just put all my stuff into it and see how everything is connected.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Okay, new share. Okay, so here it is. So you were talking about, first of all, looking at this part, the hairline, right? Okay, so notice, first of all, that in your hairline, it dips down back here and your bulbs are down here. Eventually, they have to all come up here. This right here has to be up here, but like which heel is trimmed out the most?
Now you see, if you look at the solar view,
Mm. Oops.
And I deliberately, I just, you see, I didn't do the bevel, so we can see the widths.
Yeah, look at that. And the separation is greater.
So on the left side, on the lateral side, the sole is really hairy and very connected. Mm-hmm. And on the right side, which is the medial side, it's really hollow. So I think the medial heel is more trimmed out.
Yeah.
And it's kind of twisting the whole foot to the outside if you draw on it. And it pushes the lateral bar inwards.
This is lateral. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, because all this is pushed in.
It's not very, it's not very clear, but I think the lateral one, which is on the left side, is what you were drawing. It's going inwards.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would. You mean in like this?
Like if you draw no, if you drew the straight line in pink on the cadaver foot, it's the same. On this side, it's going like downwards. It's not really curved, I would say. It's more like steeply goes down, I would say.
Okay.
I will try to find another picture from where the foot was clean from another trim. And the other one is going forward, you see?
Uh-huh. So yeah, so this heel is more trimmed out over here. It's pulling, it wants to pull this over, but you have trimmed this out pretty good here. But you can still tell how it's pulled over that way. And so we see what we're seeing is patterns, because in my horse, on the lateral side, he's wide, and that heel is the one that's been trimmed out more, usually. Or, well, wait a minute. And he'll be more concave and hollow in that heel, in the sole as well. In the more trimmed out heel.
In more run forward also.
Or run forward, yeah. And just a minute, I gotta shut this off. But anyway, now see, even looking here, let me see, which side would this be? This would, which side is this?
This one is the medial, more run forward.
Okay, yeah. So look at the shape of the cartilage. See, more pulled down. Okay, whereas this side, less pulled down, less run forward heel. And you look at the shape of the cartilage, it's higher up, more up this way. And look at the growth ring, how it curves here.
Yeah.
And look how it's straighter here.
Yes.
They see, very interesting that and so let's look at the front of the foot now. Now is this the medial side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, well, see how you look a little jammed up there?
But it was even higher before.
Yeah, so it's coming down.
Yes, it's coming down.
So that's interesting. See, it's interesting to see all these different patterns. We're seeing patterns that these feet behave a certain way, and we see, like the growth rings, the cartilage, the bulbs, the frog, everything. See patterns. We're starting to see patterns, and I really want to understand these bars more. And be able to trim them more correctively. You know what I mean? Not correct, because you can't trim these bars correct into being correct. All right. They're incorrect internally. They're growing from an incorrect position. So you have to, well, as far as I know, you know, it seems to me if you've got all this excess bar growth in there that's just trying to look like a normal correct bar, that's going to bind you up and hold your foot up from expanding, you know. And so what I've seen, some of what I've seen anyway, is that the more I trim out the excess incorrect overgrowth bar down to where the actual bar really is, the more the bar can relax, the more the foot in that area can relax and move. It's able to move that area. So, okay. So this is really a good collage. It shows us just so many things. And I'm going to look at this. So, is this a medial over here now?
Yes, it's more out.
Okay. Well, see, now this one is interesting in that this side looks less wide than this side. So sometimes it's gonna, I guess it's gonna look wider, and sometimes not. I don't know.
But you see the left side, the medial side is more pushed up.
Up here, right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. See?
So now we come to the point which heel I should.
Yeah, it's pulling the whole. This is what I'm seeing is that it has pulled the whole foot this way.
It's
okay,
twisting.
and it has pulled this side wider instead of this side just stretching out and pulling out wide.
That's why it was confusing.
Yeah, instead it kind of stayed. Yeah, it stayed the same, but it made this side. It pulled this side over. Cause look
yes,
here. This is
it's so good that because at the beginning, you know, I thought the hairline is higher, so I should trim. So the more run forward heel is also pushed up, so I trimmed it more, doing probably wrong thing because it is now I see the twist, like it's pushing everything laterally over to the front and yeah,
pulling this over. I see now this is interesting to me. Now this is something. See, I would have been confused here because I'm used to thinking that the side that is the shortest also has to be like it would pull this part wider, but it didn't in this case. It pulled this bulb here over. Now
it makes sense, you know, because when the foot lands and the medial heel is more run forward, the tubules will be moving medially forward, making a twist all the time. And that's why the bulb looks more much higher, because the cartilage is bendable structure. So if you imagine the medial heel, when it lands, it's actually the tubules are running forward and a little bit to the midline. Actually, the cartilage, the back part of the cartilage that attached at the back will be following the heel, pushing the mid part of the cartilage up. That's why it is confusing.
Well, really interesting.
I think so. It's just it's quite visual. You need to visualize it.
I see. It'd be like over here, like it's pushing everything forward.
And it won't be straight. It will be like a brush stroke. You see, that's important because if you draw a straight line, the push will go into the ground, but it doesn't happen because of the shape of the heel, because it's run forward. So in a sense, if you make a brush stroke with the arrow, it will be more understandable. It's like a whirl almost on the medial side.
Yeah, and you can see it here just in the point of the heels too. That you can see this one is like more angled than this one over here. And what it really strikes me though is how here the center of the foot here, which is about here. Okay, but look where the foot is down there. Look where the
and you can see it on the central sulcus, on that opening, how it's to the side on the lateral, on the medial side also. It's just so cool.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Now what to do with it?
What to do with it? You just keep practicing, doing the principles, growing the heel in. It takes time to grow that heel in. Okay, so and gradually this side will, the whole thing just starts changing. The thing is keeping the mapping going, keeping the consistent trim, keeping the bars trimmed back, and the frog and stuff, and then you just have to let the foot do its thing. You know, there's nothing you can really absolutely do other than follow all the basic principles and tweak here and there and let that horse correct his own foot over time.
But what do you think? So which heel I should keep a little bit shorter? But you see, if you look at the tilt view here in this collage, I falsely capped, because I followed the hairline, which is, now we know it's not pushed up, but it's twisted, and maybe the cartilage gives this kind of look of being the hairline being pushed up. You see?
Well, it isn't that the hairline's pushed up, it's that the bulbs are pulled down. Say both heels need to be grown in more. See, neither heel is correct. And
Yes.
stuff. One's just more trimmed out. And so what it is both heels need to be grown in. The frog and everything needs to be released. And gradually all this needs to pull up to up here. Up here. What it is this is being pulled down.
So do I keep the heels the same height, or I keep one heel slightly lower?
Well, you can keep the more keep the more run forward heeled higher.
Higher, a little bit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'll just, and maybe we'll find out something different later.
Okay.
You know,
Cool.
one thing, if we could take a hoof capsule, okay, and then like, hey, this is a perfect thing. You could make a hoof capsule, and then you could practice adding to it to see what it did when you added, like because you got all those materials and you got clay and all that, right? So you could make a hoof capsule, okay, and then you could make like one that was equal and symmetrical and the same height, and then you could simulate one heel being trimmed out moving forward, and what happens internally when depending on how high that heel is.
You see, I'm not following you quite. What shall I make? A
hoof capsule. A hoof capsule, like what I got here. Here, just a minute. Hold on. Let me find. Why isn't my stupid camera working? Hold on. Wait a minute. Well, I just lost everybody.
Anyway.
Yeah, make a hoof capsule like a shoe, and then experiment with doing this kind of stuff to the heels to see what happens to the hoof capsule. So then you'll know what it's doing to the foot, whether it's making the foot unlevel, whether it's making it turn, you know, because like you're an artist, okay, and you make all those horses and everything like that. You could make a hoof capsule, and then you could experiment with doing different things to the heels.
Okay.
To see how it would work internally, you know.
I don't quite see it, so we can talk about it separately, but
okay.
I will be happy to do anything.
I have lost everyone. Just a minute here. Let's see. There's Zoom. Of course, now I can't see nobody. Just a minute. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, let's go back to oh man. We're getting to that time. Let's see. I don't know what to do because I've lost everyone. Let's see. What's this? Okay. I am lost, and I have lost this thing. Well, just a minute. Let me close out some programs. Maybe I can find myself. I've lost myself. Just a minute. Huh. Well, I've lost the Zoom people.
We can hear you.
I know, but I've lost those little boxes. What's this?
Maybe you can find it on the bottom line from the computer. There could be a little dot or a little icon for Zoom.
Screen and meeting controls. Every time I click on it, I can't find it. So it's going to take a second here. God, I hate this. Let's see. Let's close up a couple things here. Okay. Everyone in the meeting can save things you share. Okay. Yeah, it's not letting me get into the stupid thing. Wait a minute. Maybe it's up here. Nope. Okay. Well, participants. Man, I'll tell you what, sometimes I hate technology. And I know it's got to be right here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found us. Alrighty then. All right, so okay, so now maybe I can get in to this. Why is it not letting me in there? Just a minute. Maybe I've got Annotate on. See? Okay, got that. A minute here. What the heck is that? Now let's try, see if I can get in Zoom. Yeah, it's just not letting me on that main board thing. Oh, well, that's okay. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to go back to Marilyn's horse. And I want to finish this evaluation. And now I have to go back and find her. And so we're going to go back to the Facebook group right here. Got all kinds of things in the way. Just a minute and go back to the, what the heck? Oh, okay. Hold on. Gonna go back to Marilyn's horse here. Okay. So we're learning some things about how these feet get so how the bars, see, we're wanting to understand more about these bars.
New share.
I'm coming there. Let's see. Okay, new share. And there we go. Okay, so in this case, we're here on this foot. We are looking at, well, this is the left front. Okay. And on this foot, it is, let's see, this is left front, this is lateral. So a Maryland's horse is lateral. Now, as you look at this, can you see how the frog is like tweaked over towards that direction? How, because the foot is being pulled this way, okay? Is that a mark or is that a crack, Marilyn?
That's a mark. So I mark the apex and put a line up the front. So when I take the dorsal pictures, I can see where the apex is.
Okay.
Or the center line, excuse me, not the apex, the center line.
Okay, I want to see something here. Okay, so this is the center line. Okay. Now, see, that would be if we were looking at the heels as if they were the same. Do you see that? When they're not the same. See, when I remove these and I look at it, it looks like this side has just kind of tweaked everything over that direction. Let's see. Let's see. Where am I? Annotate. Okay, so as you can see, you can see now the frog is not really overgrown here as far as I can see. So when you're mapping these frogs, you see this piece of the frog here? It's usually not horribly overgrown. So you can literally just follow it down like that to map a frog. This I would map like so. Okay, so if you have a big chunk of frog in here, it needs to be trimmed off. Now, then you have to map the bars. Okay, so this bar, in reality, this is all excess overgrown bar that's trying to look like normal bar. Because in reality, your bars are buried down under there and bent into the foot somewhere. So it would be important to take off excess bar. See, just get this kind of down here, and especially anything, any clumps and lumps. See, now you're kind of seeing some of the natural, what would you call it? Some of the natural ending of bar overgrowth, which is, you see this little crack right there?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and you see there's a little crack. See how that's a little different right there? Okay, this is a chunk of stuff that needs to be taken out right in here, and then your bars trimmed. Now, when you do this, a lot of times you're going to find that you may have thin sole underneath there. Okay, so if you're leery of taking it all off, at least take it off to there.
Yeah, she will have thin soles under there. She's got thin soles, period.
Yeah, and stuff. Well, and part of the thin sole here is because of the way the foot is bent, and also because the bar has constantly been covering up that area. See, so, you know, it's like with the toe. That gal taking the toe back has improved the foot, right? Now,
yes.
when she first did it, what happened? Did the horse have any reaction at all?
I thought she was terribly sore, and 2 days later she was galloping around. So
okay,
she wasn't. I came very close to putting her shoes back on, and I didn't.
Okay.
And Melissa said, give her a couple of days. Don't jump in. Give her a couple of days, and she was fine.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, you know, it can be like that with this stuff. You know, so let's say you've had bar that's covering up sole. You know, well, it's pushing this whole side of the wall out too. And so the rest of the foot cannot correct itself. It's like when somebody has a broken leg or a broken arm that has been set wrong. What do? They go in and they break it again.
They
right?
re-break it. Yep.
Yep. So any kind of corrective work on your anatomy, are you going to have some soreness? Possibly. Yes. Till stuff heals up where it's supposed to be. But we're not of those who think these horses should be sore for weeks at a time. You understand? But exactly. It makes sense that there would be some discomfort until everything comes back together better. See, it's called healing. And so I don't believe in no pain, no gain, all that BS. Okay, but I do it just stands to reason that, hey, okay, the bar is covered over the sole is thin under there. If you remove it, the sole's going to be thin. It's going to be touchy. It may not even be sore, but it could be, well, my goodness, you know, I don't even know if it'd be tender. What's the word I'm looking for? Like when you're not used to having bare feet and you go out the first time.
Sensitive.
Yeah, sensitive. It's going to be sensitive. Absolute. You know, so you could just, like this one, you know, you can pretty much, that's not really that much take off over that one. This is the one that's going to be harder to deal with because you've got more distortion in the heel. But if you don't eventually deal with it here, this whole side cannot correct itself. Okay? Okay. Now, did you say, because right when you said, I got it on those bars, we got into a kind of another discussion and stuff. So did you say you understood more about what's going on with those bars now?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. So, okay. So, what I wanted to do, and so everything we've been talking about applies here. I would not be taking out a lot of anything much in the central sulcus at this time. For a little while here till you kind of get some of this straightened away. Let's see here. I'm trying to think.
Why do you say that?
Well, see, because I just don't want, okay, if it's periopal and if it's at least supporting and keeping the feet heels from contracting, it should stay there until you get your heels elevated enough to where you can remove some of this and your heels aren't necessarily going to want to contract. See, if there's any, like, okay, what I want people to know is you should not be removing a lot of periopal between in the central sulcus until you've got elevation to your heels and some of your heel is grown in or your heels will contract. And then your bulbs will squeeze together. Okay, and then it'll be really hard to grow any frog in there because your bulbs are now squeezed together and your periopals is going to be still growing over it in there. So if you have a chunk of periopal, a false frog stay, whatever it is, it needs to kind of stay there until you get some elevation to your heels so that your bulbs won't be smushed together into a cleavage. Do you understand?
Linda?
Yeah.
In the case where you, like earlier, you mentioned how sometimes the heels don't contract, they actually just spread right out and your frog gets really wide.
Yeah.
Would we remove the periopal from the central sulcus then?
I don't know. Not if you still have not enough heel in and not enough height. Because your heels
want to encourage it to contract a little.
Well, you know what? I think you can encourage that by removing the overgrown frog right here.
Okay.
Okay. You're better off to leave something in there to keep those bulbs apart. See, you want to keep those bulbs apart because once you get those contracted heels and stuff, and especially if you get a deal where your bulbs are smooshed together, it's going to be really hard to grow frog in there. Going to have to figure something out to spread that foot apart, so that there's some room for some frog to grow in between there.
Right.
And this is something we didn't realize was happening, and of course, and my fault. Not that taking responsibility even is worth a crap, right? And stuff, because really, does that make a difference? Well, I didn't know it would do that. And I know some people removed that and their heels contracted and their bulbs like went together. So I just want people to know you have to be, all this stuff is here for a reason. When that horse was, when his heels were being trimmed out and that periopal was being bent in there and making it so that, remind me later. Oh, tomorrow. Just didn't know that was going on, that when the heels were low, trimmed low, that the foot was trying to stand back up and it would pull those heels in. And then that's going to compress the bulbs together if there's nothing between them. So you just got to be careful about that.
And waiting for heel height, even if it's false heel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Because see, we already found out, you can ask Simone when she's doing dodo, that she had to keep the foot elevated or the heels would contract. Is not that right, Simone? Is she there?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So see, all these little details came together to show us that elevation of that foot is vital if you don't want your heels to contract. And here's the deal. Okay, let me show you something here. Yeah.
It's Leah from Madrid. Hello.
Hi, Leah.
I sent you an example of my hoof, which also has that problem. I don't know if you could quickly have a look at it to see if I am doing something, because I am trying to do what you're saying, trimming out the upright heel a bit lower than the run forward one, and trimming down the bias, but it's hard. And I want if we could have a look, because there's really, you can really see the distortion in my hoof.
Okay.
Also twisted, pigeon-toed completely. I just sent you the first one.
Okay. Let's see here. We'll go there.
Those 3 pictures. See how
Oh, yeah.
distorted
Yeah,
it
I
is?
do see that you're having a lot of problems here. And part of this, now, am I sharing this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Part of this is, well, you're going to need to trim off a little more of this bar right here and some of this sole.
See, the sole is like lumpy there. It's like a big
Yeah.
lump.
Yeah,
And
that needs to be smoothed out some more, and some of the excess exfoliatable sole removed. And the thing about it is too, is when you're using your hoof knife, like especially when you use it like a long hair, you need to lay it flat and use the flat part of the edge, so that you're not leaving gouge marks.
yes.
Okay. And I got a video, I'm going to show it here, of removing sole, exfoliating sole, how to use a hoof knife. Okay, because what's going to happen here is you're going to have to come in here and gently lift this bar off of here, and exfoliate this and just clean it up some more, and clean this bar up some more. And also to rasp down your pillars. You're going to have to come in there with the flat rasp and literally rasp this out and down flatter on the sides of the toe, so that your toe is shaped a little better, and that will help. But let me look at the rest of now your frog is actually pretty healthy, and it may be periopal, but it's pretty healthy. But until you get more of this corrected, you would not want to, even if it was a periopal frog, you would not want to remove all the periopal, because that periopal is holding the foot together. It can hold the foot apart. It can hold it in a bad way. It can hold it in a good way. You see? And so,
see how twisted the hoof is.
Yeah. Just a minute here. It's in my eye. Okay, so let me keep looking here. Okay, so actually,
that's lateral side. That's the run forward heel.
Okay.
I don't have a medial picture.
Okay.
But look at the growth ring. It's like bulky, you know, that the growth ring. Yes, I don't know if that is because of the change in the grass in the field, or because grass started to come now.
I think it is because you got the walls weighted too much. You see this sole, how the sole is grown up and how it looks concave?
Yes.
Well, that is excess sole that's grown that way.
Yes, it's also red. right where the white line is, it's also red. So I think that she must have had a bit of separation, maybe. I don't know.
Well,
it's
see,
not the cleanest hoop in the world.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
if you're accidentally weighting the wall there because you don't want to trim into the excess sole, then the weight of the wall itself is pushing up and causing this, see that ridge? Because what's happening is your wall is compressing. See, there's a lot of weight on this toe here and a weight on the wall because you have excess sole in the toe. Because you see, I've got this video that I'll show you that I did here the other day where I dealt with all that kind of sole, and you'll see how to rasp it down and correct it. So because see, she's still bearing weight on the wall. And so the wall is too high. And so the wall is pushing up and compressing. Right there is what's happening. That's why you have the bulges. That's why you have the red in the white line as well. Okay? See, this is the thing. So I'm going to show this video because I really feel like people need to learn how to deal with this kind of wall. Okay, so hold on, I'm going to go get that. Let's see. Pictures. Okay. Yeah, I hate it. I'm not the best example of consistent, timely trimming. So I did 2 back feet, but my front feet are like a period of time apart.
We can't see the video if you're displaying it.
Oh, not yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. So, okay, where am I at here? This guy, TCM, here. Okay, new share. Okay, so this is from the trim I did on the 4th. Let's see. Just got to remember which video it is. So hold on a second. What is that? Oh, well, I can show you the knife sharpening video too.
Oh, that would be great.
Just a minute. Hold on. Can you hear this?
No.
No? Okay. Let me figure out how to do that. Okay. Share sound. Okay. Let me get this back over here. I'll play this. It's not that long. And while I'm playing that for you, I will go try to find the other video. Okay, so can you hear it? Show you how I sharpen my knives, and I'm not very good at it, but it kind of gets the job done. If you want to get good at it, you need to watch a bunch of videos on YouTube, which I really haven't done. Watched a few. One thing I do is I take and I mark the edge like this, so I can tell how I'm sharpening it off. And then now I'm not sure if I should use this part or this part. So this is a little sharpener I got. It's supposed to be right there. So one thing I can do. Now this is a, what are you? This is a left-hander here. Okay, so then I'm just gonna, and I can see if my black's coming off or not. I want to get this in here. Left hands are hard to do. Not very good. I don't think I'm very good at this. I'll just kind of do one swipe there. I've got another sharpener here that I finish off with. And again, I'm not very good at this. It would probably pay to get very good at this because it really helps to have a sharp knife. Could also do this, but then I can't see. I can't see. Again, this is a left-hander. So. But you see how that little pointy thing, you can do your hooks with it? I think like that. It's a left-handed knife. They're hard to do. I don't know if that's doing any good or not. Then I have this. Kind of just. Here's one thing. Here's one thing you want to do. You want something smooth or something to do the other side of the hoof knife to get the burrs off. Okay, because when you sharpen these knives, they get little burrs on the other side. But you don't want to sharpen the other side, but you want to get the burrs off. And sometimes it helps to have a piece of leather too, to just pull your knife down. Not to cut it, but like they do in a barbershop. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Like I said, I'm not the best at this, but this will give you an idea. Feels much sharper. Anything's better than nothing. That's the way I look at it. Anything's better than nothing. So I'm not an expert with tools. I'm not a trained farrier. I'm just a person that had to learn to trim my own horses. And so if you want to be an expert at tools, go to farrier school. But if you want to be an expert at understanding feet, I'm probably I probably understand these feet more than anybody else in the world. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that out of sadness and sorrow. I guarantee you.
That's a fact.
The teachings that we have inherited for
You have a diamond sharpener there, and those things you have to do after the rough file.
Videos on that. You have to what?
You have to use that one that you have pointed down towards your foot, not the little pointy one. The other one is a diamond rasp, and that is the one that cleans your burrs up and finalizes your edge.
Okay. Beliefs on the anatomy.
You don't use that thing, you're never going to get a really nice edge.
So anyway, that's how you sharpen a knife, kinda. Again, go to YouTube and look for videos. Another thing, a lot of times if you have a piece of leather and you do go over it like they did in the barber shops, then that helps too. So anyway, so that's better there. Now, I got one more knife to sharpen here. Okay, so, oh God, what happened to my marker? See, I've already lost it. There's one. Okay, so. Now, see, this does work good, putting a mark on there, because then you know what you're taking off. Gonna mark it. There we go. Probably now, do this one better. It's the other hand. The first thing I'm going to do is the very first thing you want to do after you clean your feet and you take your photos and all that is you want to get to the true apex of the frog. That is paramount. Frog trimming is vital. That's because the frog will bind a foot. The frog has to be supple and moving. It is part of the suspension system of the foot, and it is not supposed to be hard, dead, and calloused. Wow, this one ain't sharpening up like that other one. There we go. See it making an edge? I guess. I guess. I don't know. Again, not an expert with tools. But that frog is so vital to get that thing, that and the bars trimmed correctly so that your foot can expand. And it can be flexible, especially on a growing horse. You absolutely want to keep the frog trimmed up. You want to keep it exfoliated as if that horse was moving at least 10 miles a day over rugged terrain, not running, you know, but just I don't know if how many miles they go in one day. I'm not going to say. But just to keep their feet exfoliated, those horses have the best feet. Let's see.
May I ask you something, Linda?
Yeah.
Are
Just
you
a minute. Let me
get the hook here?
I'm trying to stop this thing.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the. Okay. What?
Are you pulling the sharpener or pushing the sharpener?
Well, I'm pushing it, you know.
Okay.
But on that other knife, I was having real difficulty because it was a left-handed knife.
Yeah,
you know?
Because my stepfather was a chef, and I learned a long time ago how to sharpen the knives, the cooking knives.
Okay.
And he always told me I don't have to push, I have to pull.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you try to do the other side of the knife, so the left hand or right hand, whatever, I just turn around the knife. I just do I just turn around my hand, and so the knife is on the right, and I just pull it again, and then you can go with 1 or 2 slices on the back to do the, what do you call it? Edges? No.
Okay.
The little hooks, yeah.
Okay,
on the other side.
So pull it to you. Pull, not push.
Yeah, pull, not
Okay.
push, because if you push it, the edges on the other side of the sharp side, so on the not sharp side, is more, get more and more because you pull it down, and if you push it down. And if you pull it, how do I say
It's gonna
it?
be probably more even.
Yeah, it's more even.
Yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense. And you know, I was thinking as you were saying that, how I sharpen a knife in a kitchen, and you are pulling it towards you.
Yeah, you're pulling it towards you.
Also, okay, cool.
Also, I watched videos on professional farriers trimming their knives. And the angle that you hold your sharpener at, they recommend 20 to 22 degrees. And the more severe the angle, you can make the knife a lot sharper. So if you even go lower than like 20, 22 degrees, the knife will be sharper, but you'll lose your edge faster.
Okay, so you want a pretty steep edge to it?
Yeah, so they were all recommending 20 to 22 degrees to hold your sharpener at.
Okay.
To the blade. And if you want, so you'll get a one and it'll last longer. If you make it, let's say 15 degrees, even steeper, you'll get a sharper edge, but you lose it a lot faster.
Okay, so okay, that makes sense.
You know, because when you sharpen knives in the kitchen, like all the sharpeners that you buy have a built-in angle on them. You know, the ones we buy that we just, pull it because we don't know what we're doing when we have a big flat stone. Like my dad was a butcher. He could sharpen anything, but he used a flat stone, but he knew what angle to hold it at. Those of us who don't, we buy a sharpener for our kitchen knives, and it's got that built-in angle for you.
Okay.
So we have to figure out what angle to hold our sharpener at, because we can't use a pre-made, pre-formed sharpener because of the curve.
Okay.
So they were all recommending 20 to 22 degrees to hold. Like when we bevel, we're at 45.
Yeah, I learned 10 degrees.
So 10 degrees is really steep, but they said it makes it very sharp, but it dulls very quick.
Yeah, that's true. But they are pretty sharp. In one, I just do maybe 20 slices, and then the knife is sharp. The loop knife, the curved knife.
Okay. Well, see, now what we need is somebody who gets good at this to make a video. That we will
Sabine and
use.
I did that. Sabine and I did that video already, but in German.
You did? Where is it?
Yeah, we did that German. It's not online or something like that because we are preparing for the TACT Germany online.
Oh, okay.
But it's not online right now.
Oh, okay.
But we show it to you first because we need to have your permission.
You did?
And
well, you know, I can't remember nothing.
No, we want to show it to you first.
Okay.
And before we do it online, so we do it, but in German. So
we'll move
only the
back.
Germans
Are coming
can
in,
need it.
And
I've been using the Dremel.
Frogcorium. We'll move back up into
this
place.
Stupid thing is not working.
And separate the bulbs like it's
Shut
supposed
off.
to. Okay,
You
so
idiot. Gosh.
So when I trim, I've been using a Dremel with the little sharpening stones, and they have 3 different widths. And I use that where you're using your rounded thing. And I do the same thing with the Dremel, and then I take the diamond, that other one that you had, and then I finish it off with that. If you don't finish off with the diamond, you never get that really nice edge.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll start doing that.
That beautiful final finish.
Okay. What I need to do is do it before I'm ready to trim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to move on here. We're going to move on here to getting well, I'm going to get on another video. Wait a minute. I'm going to get in another video. Let me close this one out. This one I go through finding the true apex of the frog. But what I want to do is I want to get the video where I'm showing the sole. Okay, so I want to stay focused on getting that because that's the last thing we're going to do here today is talk about the sole. And I want to show you this video and just show you some things that I was doing the other day that helped me. So now I just have to go find it. So hold on a second. Let's see here. Let's see. Hold on. I'm having difficulty with this stupid. God, what is going on? My video is not working well. Hold on. Okay, hold on. You stupid thing. Oh, God, it's making me mad. See, I press on trying to shut the stupid video up and it is not working. Maybe it's the mouse. Shut up. Just a minute. This stupid thing. What the heck? What is going on? Okay, I think I got it. For some reason, it was totally out of my control. Okay, just a second. Okay, where am I at and what am I doing? Technology. I'm not good at it. Okay. Screen share. Here we go. There. Okay, so I'm just going to turn down the volume because I don't want to share the volume. I will tell you what's going on as we go here. All right. So, okay. Okay, so this foot of Valor's, let's see, maybe I can move this up. Oh God, what is going on with this video? Okay, about ready to pick his foot up here. And what I say here in this video is that I am not the best. See, I want to be able to stop this stupid video, and it's not stopping for me. Like what? Stupid thing is ticking me off. Like, see, I've got my mouse. I'm about ready to throw the mouse through the window. Okay, come back here. I think it is the mouse. The mouse is screwy.
Are you on the Zoom screen or on your video screen?
No, I'm just on my video screen. And it's not working. So I'm going to close this and open it up in something else. Yeah, it's just not working. My computer is not working right. Like I can't start and stop this video. It keeps messing up on me. And I really want to show exfoliating this sole. So hold on a second. Maybe I can open it with a different program. Let's see. Okay. Oh-de-do-de-do. Let's see. I'll open it with a different program. Open with QuickTime Player. See if that works better. No, it's not doing anything. There we go. Okay. Oh, for real? Okay, and there's nowhere. And it's just not wanting to do anything here. Let's see. Oh, for gosh sakes. Just a minute. And it's not wanting to run at all in there. Wait a minute. Okay, we'll see. Okay, I think. See, this works better because, okay, I can do this better. Okay, hold on. I think I've got it handled. All right, so now I just have to find, let's see. Okay, now, okay. That's not working. Let's see here. Let's see. We're experiencing technical difficulties. I need to get me a different mouse. I don't think it was a mouse, so I think it was, let's see. Oh, for crying out loud. See, now I'm not able, see, I'm just having, oh my goodness sakes. Why are not you coming up? Okay, there, I got it. All right, sorry about that. Okay, share screen. Okay, we're ready to go. Sorry about the technical difficulties. All right, so now I got to find the video. Really? Now I can't find the video. New share. New share. I don't see it. Just a second. Okay, I see it right here. That's not it. Oh, it's way down here. Okay, just a second. There we go. Okay, do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about taking so long. Things just were not working out. Hold on. To make it smaller. All right. Now, do you see this foot? Okay, do you see how the sole looks, how the sole is connected to the wall there, how the walls are too long and the sole is connected to the wall? Leah?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
Now this is overgrowth of like 6-8 weeks, because I haven't trimmed this foot in 6 weeks at least. Okay. And so most of the time, this is not the type of overgrowth that I see. Okay, so what I'm going to do in this video, okay, now do you see the similarity in this growth and what is on your foot?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, so what could happen is if I didn't know how to take the walls down to find the correct sole ridge. See, you have people coming in. I seen somebody the other day coming in with the foot that had this kind of growth and said that's the sole ridge. Well, yes and no. This would be some distorted, overgrown sole ridge that also makes the foot just look concave-ish, and you don't really see what's really there because the walls have gotten so long. And of course, I have a lot of mud here. And so his foot gets packed with mud, which helps support that so it doesn't distort too bad. But I really let him go way too long without trimming. And so which was good because now I can show you how I managed this. All right. Now, so the sole will grow with the wall to a certain degree, and then the wall can grow past the sole. Sometimes the sole gets retained and just doesn't exfoliate at all. And you could actually have a foot that was this long, this too long, full of dead sole. And if the dead sole stayed there long enough, it would compress and compact to where you would think it was live sole. And that then is called retained sole. And so if that happens, then of course, you're going to have a foot that is going to be too long, too high, too far forward, all these different things, because the wall grows down and forward. So if this was full of sole here, do you see how far forward the toe would actually be? But it'd be all full of sole, so you would think it was the foot. And this happens to farriers all the time. Okay, because all of them don't know about retained sole or where the toe should be or any of those things. So this foot could just grow and get really long and really far forward and be full of sole and still look like this on the bottom, except this would be way up here. So that's what you call forward foot syndrome almost. The actual sole is gravitating out from underneath the foot where it should be. So the first thing you'll always want to do is you want to make sure that you're trimming that frog apex back to where it meets the sole. So I can't remember what I did here. Just a minute. I'm going to fast forward. What I'm going to do is I'm going to map the foot here first. Sometimes I'll just come in and I will sometimes I'll just come in and I'll just trim the apex of the frog down right away. But since I had so much overgrowth this time, I wanted to come in. Okay, you see this little line here? Right there? Anybody see that? I can't really make it better. I've got a pencil mark right there. You see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I made that because, let's see if I can do it here. Okay, right in here. This is just another way to test if your true apex is generally in the right spot, but you can't always exactly sitting there in a chair and eyeballing, even if you get this straight, perfectly straight up and down, But if you could, right at the top of the hairline here, and you went right directly down straight through, generally that would be where your true apex of the frog would be. And the true apex of the frog is where, if you trim back the frog padding, you would see the sole and the frog merge. Because in the scoriums, they're seamless. They are seamless. And you will actually see a seamless transition from the frog into the sole, which you don't see when you have overgrown, when it's just the general apex of overgrown frog. And so the object of finding the true apex is trying to find where the sole and the frog merge. Although that frog apex can also literally be pulled and moved back. In fact, that happens in rotation. Because as the foot is rotating back, it will, well, the whole foot's rotating, it will pull the frog back too. So, but also when you're just correcting feet, when you've got heels that have been all bent and smushed forward and a compressed foot in a little capsule, that can push the frog forward as well. So anyway, okay, so what I do is I just try and go straight down through and figure it out, and I eyeball it from the side, but you could wind up a little further behind or a little further ahead. All this is for is general, because of the fact that a lot of people that come here whose frogs have never been trimmed, their frog padding has gravitated way forward and they have a way long toe. And so this is a way to just help you get in the general vicinity. You know, none of these things is necessarily dyed in the wool. You have to carve your foot into that.
How do you know where you're doing that, where you have that tip?
Well, because it's right in the center, right smack above the hairline and straight down through. And then I just eyeball it about to here, and then I go straight down from there. Okay, so you'll see here in a second. Okay, so I'm just here, I'll show you. So
straight down, because you can't really eyeball it perfectly.
So right about there
to there, but it,
see, I've just, you can't really do it perfectly, but you can get good so that you're doing it general, so that you practice coming over this way so that straight over it would be right about there. Okay. And so again, this is just another one of those things that help you determine if you're in the general vicinity, what I call you're within the ballpark. See, it's not exact, but it helps you anatomically determine if you're close. See, but the problem is your eyes are not square, things like that. So you could wind up a little further this way or that way, either way. So I'll do it several times, you know, but again, once I draw the line and I pick up the foot and then I mark on the bottom of the foot where that's at, okay, this is just a guide. It's not a law, because my eyeballs could have placed it wrong. Okay, but as you get to know the foot, as you get to know the general anatomy, then you're going to be able to tell if you're way off base, you know. And also because when you start trimming into the apex of the frog, okay, there's things that you look at there as well. So, okay, so I mark it there. Let's see here. Finally, see my little mark? Okay, and I'll check it a couple times. And so to me, I'm thinking, okay, that looks about right. You know, it's straight from over here to there. So I'm going to check it out and see if it comes out at about the right spot. So then I get the foot up here, and I will pick up the foot and I will look underneath. Let's see here. I forgot there. So, okay, right there. See, I marked it right there. And then I'm going to come in here and map my foot and draw a line across there to see, and because already I know, you see when you're looking at this right here, you're not seeing frog merged with sole. You're seeing a dirt line, right? When you find the frog apex merged with the sole, it's seamless. You won't see this line at all. And so, okay, so I've got that mark there. I'm just, again, using it as a general guide because my eyeballs might have been off, but I also know that I haven't trimmed him for a long time, that everything grows forward, including that and stuff. I know from the dirt line I see that it's going to need to be trimmed back at least that much. Okay, I know this from the anatomy. So
can I ask why you go to all this trouble when we could just take the knife and find it? Because these frog apexes can be stretched clear up to here, and you could take back you could trim it back, and all of it has stretched forward into this area, and so it's going to be a false frog apex. So like I have a hoof right now that the frog apex is twice, the frog looks twice as long as it should be. The foot is so angled. And I know that like there's no way the frog is like that. Yeah. So I haven't done anything yet, but I was going to gently take the knife from the tip of that frog and slowly come back and peel back and see what's under there. Yeah, that'd be good. Because I mean, like this frog is abnormally long and skinny. Yeah. The foot is abnormally long and skinny. So I'm like, do I remove that frog, or will that cause damage if I start looking around for the true apex, which wherever the hell that is at this point? Yeah. No, see, I understand exactly what you mean. Because see, I never saw anything like it. This is the first time I've seen one like this. And I'm like, okay, now what do I do with this mess? Yeah, see, all of this here, it can be shoved and pulled forward to where you have a false true apex. So literally you just have frog growing over the sole and there's no connection under it. Well, there is probably some connection, but you know how bars can merge and blend in with the sole? Yes. Okay, well, the same thing with the true frog apex. It can all be smooshed forward, pulled and smooshed forward into the sole. And so then once you start taking it back, like it can be smooshed right over sole corium. So take your marker and go about halfway between where your frog apex looks to be now, like where the end is, and halfway to the tip of the hoof. Just put the marker there. What if your frog went to there? What would you say would be your first step on starting to clean that up? You can't just go and remove it all at once. No, but I would start taking it down. As it back towards the true apex. Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, this thing's so abnormally long, and I'm like, okay, is that really what's going on under there? Yeah. And if I take it off, have I done major damage, or is it just growing up over the sole in a pointy fashion? Yeah, it's just growing up over the sole. But see, you could also like take it down and it could still look like frog and sole merged together like a true apex. But it's not the true apex. See, absolutely not. And so this line tells you that. This line tells you, hey, that is way out of bounds. See, if I just kept letting this foot grow forward, all of this will just grow forward, and you can get a false everything on these foot, just like you got your false heels, your false bars, your false frog stay, your false frog, you got your false true apex as well. Clear up here. And so the reason this is so important, we saw with Marilyn's horse,
her horse had no real progress until she finally got a trimmer that would take the toe back. Okay. So the big deal is that line in the sand of the toe, where the toe is supposed to be. Ultimately, it has to come back to where it's supposed to be. And to know where it's supposed to be, you have to know where the true apex of the frog is, because that determines the general length between the true apex of the frog and the white line, where the white line should be. Like right now, this white line is forward because the wall is grown forward, the sole is grown forward, everything's forward here. It's grown there. But this has only been one time in years, really, that I've allowed it to grow that much. But if I didn't know how to take this sole down and this frog down, then it would just, the whole foot would keep gravitating forward over time because I didn't take it back correctly.
Now on a foot that has that really, really long forward, you've got thin sole because your sole is growing at an angle. So if you start bringing that toe back too fast.
Yeah, you know, I like the idea that Marilyn's trimmer is using. Seems to be working well. Like starting to take them back, learning how to take them back from the top instead of the bottom. Seems to have worked well, and she's left some wall. You know, that's you know, I used to rocker the heck out of toes, and believe you me, they get really sore when you do that. But that's what I was taught to do. You know, that's what everybody was doing. Rocker.
So her farrier's doing what? Taking it, how's she taking it back? I missed that part.
I think she's just taking it back to the edge of the sole here.
But from the top,
right in here, from the top at a 90-degree angle.
So she's just literally taking the rasp at a 90-degree angle and filing straight down.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what she's doing.
To me, that's almost like a blunt tip.
Yeah, it is. I know to kind of notice that, but
you know, it's kind of like
seems
a blunt
to be working. It seems to be working, and she's not dressing down the hoof, so she's still maintaining a lot of the support of the wall around the sole. And she seems to be following the shape of the foot pretty good. So
yeah,
okay, so
you know, I'm just whatever.
Okay. Hey, you know, this is all, we don't know all the
No, I'm just like, if I go too far back in doing anything, am I going to compromise the foot?
Well, the foot is already compromised.
Oh,
yeah. I feel for you, believe me. You know, it's different if it's your own horse.
Right.
You know, you can put him in a stall for a couple days or put boots on him or baby him around, you know.
My thought was if I take it back too far, I'm making the foot shorter, and he's already run so far forward in the back, then I'm making the whole foot shorter. Am I taking away what he needs to walk on?
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe do everything gradual.
Yeah, that's
you know,
to gradual again.
Yeah. You know, okay, so anyway, all right, so I marked that. So now I decided to go ahead and map the foot. And the first thing you want to do, of course, you want to mark the center of your frog and the center back here. Draw a line down the center that you will then center. Okay, center your protractor on so you can get straight lines as much as, even with the protractor, sometimes I'm off. You know, so that when you're looking at this piece of the foot and this piece of the foot, you can judge to see if they are relatively symmetrical, to see if you are trimming them relatively the same way. Another thing is, okay, you don't want a square foot or a round foot. You, at some point, you have got to start trimming the shape of this foot into the shape of the foot. And so if you don't know how to rasp down this area of the foot, it will get rounded out like this because this sole will be retained. Like, do you see how if I came over here and I just took the toe down to here, how that's going to make a round foot? Let me watch you here. Let's see. Okay, so if I came in here and I just took this part off. Okay, then your foot is going to be shaped like this. You see that? So you have to learn how to correctly take this area of the foot down so that it's shaped in the way the foot is supposed to be shaped. I'm getting much better at it. Let's see here. Okay. Clear all drawings, close that. All right, so now I'm deciding. Now, see, I look at a lot of different things. I know I haven't trimmed him for a while, so I'm pretty sure that's not his true apex. I've also been trimming down to his true apex for a long time. So his true apex is pretty much where the true apex is. So I know that at least that much of that frog is going to have to come off. And so I'm looking at that and I'm looking at my line and I'm making my decision, you know? And so I just decided, yeah, I pretty much think that's where the true apex is. Now, can you see how just that much, if you did not, since this determines your toe length, okay, you cannot have this toe growing forward because your feet will never correct. All right, they just won't. You'll stay in a state of limbo forever. And so I have to know about where that true apex is so that I can do a correct toe length. And can I call the toe length the line in the sand? That's where you're drawing the line in the sand that, you know what that means. Like you're not going over that and, things like that. So then I draw that line. Now I could just come in there and just trim it out and see. In my case, I could do all this without even mapping. All right. But I would still want to map on occasion to make sure I'm getting it right because, your eyes aren't always correct. And so all right. So I draw the line down the center. I'm deciding where am I going to put that line? Where is my true apex of the frog? And I decided about there. Okay. So now I will come in. Let's see here. Okay, now the thing about this trim is I've got exfoliatable sole and stuff like that. So I'm able to show you here what I do anyway to try and clean up this sole with a knife. Now I cheat because I use a grinder, but I thought, well, since he's got so much sole, I'll use the knife to exfoliate it. And again, I am not a professional tool user. I've never been to farrier school. I've never had anybody totally teach me how to use the tools. I'm doing the best I can with what I know. And so you're not going to be any better than me. So actually that works out good. There we go. But if you wanted to get good, you could go to farrier school and learn how to slice and dice. Okay, so here I'm going to come in. I'm just going to take off the apex of the frog. What I wanted to do here was I just wanted to give you an example of how to start slow and go more. So I'll just play
Blends
this.
in with the sole. So now we're going to find where.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play the video and let's see, where am I at? New share with sound. Okay, so we got share with sound. So I'm just going to go ahead and play this.
Because I know it's rounded. The true apex is round, not pointed, where it blends in with the sole. So now we're going to find, well, where does it really blend in with the sole? Okay, so we're just going to set that right there. See, you could start up here. If you're scared, just take that off right there. Now we would know that that wasn't it, wouldn't we?
because of the dirt line.
No. See the dirt line? See? We would know that wasn't it, so take a little bit. So we'll take a little bit more. You can go right in like that. See there? Again, that's not even where it really is, because see, I can pull that up there. I can tell
See it?
There's more to go.
It's flapped
so I'm
over
going to go
there.
ahead and to where my line was. Now I'm going to dig that out. There we go. Take some of the frog off the side.
You know, and here's the deal too. Even though I made a line there, that doesn't mean I'm going to force the apex there. Okay? You got to remember, this mapping is just a guideline to get you in the ballpark. As you learn more about the anatomy, as you study your pictures, as you understand what more of a true foot should look like, then all these little pieces just start coming together and you will tweak little areas. You know, take a little more someplace, take a little less others, you know, things like that. And you know, this really is a dance. No kidding. Okay. See, I had lots
Got
of
a lot
nice
of good
sole.
sole. Look at that. Just kind of take out some of that sole around that. Okay, I'm going to put his foot down just for a second. So this is, I don't know if it's sole or what. Wait a minute. Man, he's got a lot of nice exfoliatable sole there, see? When you take sole out, you don't take it out with your hook like this. You come up here and you just come like this, see? That's why the blade is curved. See? I'm just taking off a little bit there. I'm not very good at this. Quit.
Sitting down, it's hard to.
See, now I can see. Why do you gotta keep moving around? What's with that? Hold still.
Okay, so my true apex is probably about here. See? So that's why you say you can draw the line, but it's just giving you a general idea. But do you see the difference this makes in how I measured the toe? Because if your apex gets forward a little more, well, your toe's going to get a little more. And you don't want it to do that. You want it to keep bringing it back. Keep drawing your line in the sand at about where it's supposed to be. Okay, so, all right, now the deal is, how do you deal with the foot when it's gotten this long and the sole is like this? If you notice the sole looks concave, let me go back here, find another place. I had a pretty good picture here of it close up. Maybe. Okay, right there. Okay, do you see? You don't really see, I mean, other than seeing this lip of sole here, you are not really seeing a sole ridge. This is one reason why they do not even know there is a sole ridge. And so it looks only concave, but in reality, it's not. So we're going to go to this other video. Okay, so I'm just exfoliating, trying to exfoliate really. Who is it? Oh, I can't remember. There's a farrier on YouTube and he shows you how to use a knife better than this as far as exfoliating sole properly with a knife, not using the hook. Okay, so that you don't have gouges in your sole. Okay, so anyway, so I cleaned that up. Now let me go get the other video. Oops. Let us see here. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm not screen sharing now, right? Oh, well.
No, you're not. You can only see a black screen.
Okay. Yeah, this is the one that ain't working. Close right now. Just a minute. Open with QuickTime. Oh my gosh. This is frustrating. Hold on. Let me see if this is the right one. Okay, so in the next video, I did exfoliate more of the sole and I trimmed the bars. Okay, but I'm going to I can post that online, but I want to go to, well, actually trimming the bars. I trimmed them bars because see, each time now I'm getting this figured out about trimming them bars down to where they are distorted to. See, rather than trimming them to where they've grown distorted to. So let's see. Do I want to show that? We're going to go past the exfoliation part. And I have started to trim the bars, and I'm going to go ahead and show a little bit of that. Let's see here. Let me get back here. So I'm kind of working on the whole thing, the bar and the exfoliation and everything. Okay. Just a minute. Sorry. And I'm going to go up to the end here just to kind of show you how I trim the bars. Or do I want to do? Nah, I'm going to do the next one. Never mind. Hold on. Okay, I did that one. Open with QuickTime. See if this.
Am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. I'm looking for the video to do it right.
Okay, thank you. I thought I screwed
Okay.
up.
Sorry about that. Taking me a
we
minute.
we all have computer issues. It's not always you.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I'm just looking for the right video to show how I took that wall down. And I'm let's see here. Let's see. Okay, I think it was this one here. Okay. This is it. Oops. Wait a minute. That wasn't what I wanted to open you on. Yeah, sorry. I'm having technical difficulties. Open with QuickTime Player. All right. Da, 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 da. Okay, there you are. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so at this point in the video, I've mapped the foot, I have trimmed the bars and the frog, well, the frog apex. And so let me get this share going here. Duh. God. Okay, sorry about this. Share screen. Okay, just a minute here. New share. Okay, I am not going to share sound. Let's see. Okay, so I'll just explain as we go here. Well, if I can get it started. Am I sharing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so as you see, I remapped the foot a couple times when I'm doing this. Like, okay, so I use the flat blade of the knife to exfoliate as much as I could and stuff. Now, the one thing I did was I do not allow any lumps and clumps of nothing to grow in here anymore, like ever. Okay, and you can see that I have brought the bars down to where about the bars end. There. Okay, so now I'm going to deal with this wall and the sole. Of course, one of the things I'm going to do, okay, so we're just going to watch this. I'm going to trim some of this out a little bit. Okay, you see that ridge, Leah? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay, am I saying your name right?
Yes.
Okay, God, I didn't want to embarrass the crap out of myself. All right, so you see how I'm coming now. Your horse that we're looking at, the walls have already been shortened up, right?
Yes.
But we're still looking at this ridge of sole here. Now, this is a ridge of sole. It's just not the sole ridge. This is excess sole that's grown with the wall. And so if I don't know how to take this down or manage it, then one thing's going to happen, like if the walls just kept getting longer, of course, it's just going to stretch out. But in your case, you're taking the walls down to it, but that's still too long. And so the walls are still too long. And so the walls are jamming up and creating those compression rings to try and level themselves out before the wall shoves clear up into the coronary band. See, that's what they do. Long excess wall, they try and keep it, the wall compresses because it's underweight, and so you get those bulges. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep that wall from jamming all the way up into the coronary band where they can do some, more damage. And so that's also why you're seeing the red in the white line. Mm-hmm. So I'm just now, if you have left this for a while, now you can tell that this is exfoliatable because it's chipping off pretty easy. Exfoliatable sole normally can chip off easy, but if it's been there for a while, it gets compressed and waxy looking, and it's like live sole. And it can be a lot tougher, which could be what you will probably have.
Yes, mine doesn't seem exfoliatable. It doesn't come off easily. So I thought it was live sole.
Yeah. And so what you have to learn to do is scribe this out here or down. I would say down. Now I'm just in a kind of awkward position here on this side, and so I'm just kind of doing the best I can. Okay, so now you'll notice here, if I take this off, that you'll find a dirt line underneath. You'll see a line. See the line? There shouldn't be a line. If it was, when everything's down to the brass tacks of what it's supposed to be, there is no line. Well, not quite like that. It all merges together pretty seamlessly, except like in the quarters, if you've still got a bent foot, you're gonna, anywhere you have white line separation, it won't do that. But you'll see here when I get all said and done that because his foot is correct, which yours won't be, so you can't always make it that way. You're trying to grow it that way. But what you'll see is that there's a lot of seamless merger within the hoof capsule in reality. I have decided to use another knife.
Could you remind me of the measurement between the true apex and the line that you drew?
That is 1.5 inches.
Mm-hmm. I work with centimeters, so it's a bit difficult for me.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I work with inches. You're gonna have to do the, you know, the change over there.
1.5 inches is about 4 centimeters, I think.
Okay, so now here I see, because I know that, okay, so when here's something that happens to me. I usually bevel the toe more than I bevel the pillars. Okay, so now I've come back to all this growth. Okay, and so I want to make sure I'm shaping the side of my toe correctly. Now I'm kind of coming in there from on top, but a lot of times I'll lay the knife flat and I'll scribe it flat with the knife up, the hook up against the inside of the wall as well. But I'm wanting to shape my toe here to make sure it's the shape of the true foot. See, because again, these can get so out of shape here. Okay, come on. So that's all I'm doing here. I'm just taking that down. And you see this red? You see the red mark there?
Yes, I get that.
That's just because my walls were long.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it creates pressure and damage above, and the foot is very porous and it leaches down here into the white line.
See, what I did was rasp with a flat rasp down. I don't scribe, I just rasp it flat. So I probably until I get what I think is the sole ridge.
Okay.
You know?
As I go here, see, I'm still not to the real actual sole ridge there. I mean, I'm getting closer, but what I'm getting off here is just excess growth. And you see, the more I get down, it is getting waxier. Look at, see? Yes. But it's still coming off pretty easy. But I'm also, I'm not paying that much attention to if it is a little waxy. I'm paying more attention to, I know the shape of this foot, and I know that the sides are not round. Okay, and I know, so that my toe is here, so my pillars have to be the proper shape. See, I'm using what I know about the length of this toe to determine how I'm going to shape the sides of the toe. Now, if I move my hand, just a minute, I'm just getting some more of this out. Let's see here. Now, see, I'm also not going to leave a sharp ridge here, ever. Like, I will blend this and round it off as well. Because see, when you come in here with the knife, if you take some of this sole off, or if you even come in here with the rasp and you take it down, it's going to leave a sharp ridge here. And so you want to come in and you want to shape it like the foot. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't want to leave a sharp ledge or a ledge here. You would want to round it, smooth it out to be the shape of the foot itself. Okay, so I decided I wanted to take off more in the pillar area. For one thing, I did, because see, we tend to leave little pieces long here and there, you know. Okay, so now, okay, I'll put that foot back. Let's see. Okay, so do you see the shape I'm putting in that foot there? Okay, now look at the wall, how the wall is less long here than it is in the sides here, because see, I bevel the toe more usually. So I know that if I'm looking at my wall and I get my sole down to where it is the uniform correct shape, that this area of the wall that's grown out is going to be longer than right in the center of the toe. I don't use the wall to determine how I'm going to shape the foot. I use the sole to determine, and I use what I know that foot is shaped like. I know it's shaped that way. Whether I can see it or not, whether it looks that way or not here, I know inside this foot is shaped like this, and so that's where I'm going to take it. You know? So you can start light, but you see, then of course too, you're going to look at pictures. You know, you're going to look at the growth rings. That tells you if you're leaving it high here as well. So, okay. So let's go over here. All right. So I just keep kind of shaping. I'm just still shaping my foot coming up into the wall, because I'm going to take the nippers here pretty soon because I got so much growth. So we're just going to go ahead here. See the shape of my foot? It's not round. It's not square, because the foot itself is not round or square. That's the most important. How is that sole shaped in the toe and in the toe quarters? Let's see. Now, do you see the sole ridge starting to appear? You see it here?
Yes.
It's just starting to appear. This would be the real sole ridge. What I took off here was excess growth that attached to the wall as the wall grew out. And it made the whole thing look concave. But now what is appearing is a convex sole ridge in there. Okay, now, so then take the nippers and nip this out. Now, everybody know when you use these nippers, you're supposed to try to lay this part pretty flat against the sole so that you're leaving, it will leave the wall just a little bit higher than the sole. That's why these nippers are flat like that. And so when you lay them on the sole and you nip, it leaves the wall just a little bit longer. And that way you can determine with your rasp what you're going to do with that wall. But of course, they made them like that too, because they believe the whole foot's concave. So, okay, so anyway, took all that off. Now, this is what I got left. And of course, I suppose, there we go. Now look how nice and thick my walls are. Now this is my heel that was run forward the most, and it is still the most curved in. And of course it's asymmetrical. This side is wider. But look, I have very nice, look at my white line. How I have such a nice white line and really a pretty flat surface. I haven't got an arch in the quarter. So this is all looking good here. Now, eventually, when you get these feet straightened out, you will have a clean white line all the way around here, but I didn't have that all the time. I always had separation in here before the heels were more corrected and the foot straightened out and all the horn tubules came back and grew down at the right place. I had a lot of separation in the quarters here. So, okay, so anyway, now I noticed I got a little bruise there. He must have stepped on a rock or something. Now I'm rasping a little bit. You see the sole ridge appearing more?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And I'm trying to really just now rasp a relatively level surface. Although when you have a heels that are run forward, you will still wind up getting an arch in the quarter to a degree. But I'm really pleased in that I have such a nice clean white line and such thick hoof walls. They used to be super thin. Who was talking about that? The super thin. Oh, who was talking about that? Thinner in the quarters when the horn tubules aren't attached. So now you can really see that convex sole ridge coming to light, but you may not get it exactly like this. But in the toe, you can kind of start to shape your toe. Okay, now here's the deal. Remember, when we were talking patterns, we see patterns. Here's the medial heel that was more upright. And look at the sole in the sole platform, how much fuller it is than this side of the heel that's run forward. See the pattern that we saw earlier on that other horse? So what I'm hoping is eventually this heel will come back. This the inner heel will come down and I will have more of a sole platform like this. Okay, so anyway, I rasped it, and that's what I wound up with there at the end. And so you can see the sole ridge appear and the nice white line. That's what eventually we're working towards. You can't always just, I'm not rasping it into the foot. I'm finding it, and there's a difference. I'm finding something that has developed as the walls all came back correctly. Like if you have a long toe, flared out toes, you will not necessarily find this. Okay. His walls were 3.5 inches long, by the way, and I took him down to about 3 1/4. So now what I did was I found what was in there. Like if he was in a place where he could wear his hooves off, this is about what it would wear down to right there. Their feet, like in the wild, usually don't get much longer than that. And if they do, then they break out in ways that they correct their own feet, which we're trying to figure that out and learn from that as well. So, okay, so anyway.
I'm trying to see where your original toe line was, the 1.5, rasped off.
Okay, just a minute here. We'll go back. It was right there. It was right here. Let's go forward. Now, here's another thing too. Okay, original toe line. All right, again, you are reading the anatomy. If I feel like my toe line is too far back, well, I'm going to tell by looking at the side of the foot. That's one thing that's going to tell me. See, I'm not just, like I said, these are all guidelines. Okay. I could have marked the apex of my frog a little too far back. I don't know. You know, I know what I map, but then as I'm going, I'm also reading the anatomy and I'm reading the sole ridge and I'm doing all these different things. Again, this mapping is a guideline to get you in the general vicinity. And then as you learn the structure of the hoof capsule and the anatomy of the inner foot, then you learn to literally read where that anatomy is by using these different guidelines.
I think there's, wait, you know, if your rasp wasn't there and we could see the blue line, I think a lot of people are still having trying to have a concept of what does the blue line right where it hits the dorsal wall, everyone's like, okay, the blue line, okay, so on your foot, it was about where the edge of the sole ridge was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think some people think that they're supposed to bevel back to that blue line,
Yeah,
where it goes, where it intersects with the center line.
yeah, no, see, the blue line is where the white line about should be. Where your
On the
white line,
sides, on the sides, or in
no, the 1.5 inches from
right
here
there.
up to here is where about where your white line is, not the end of your toe. Down
About
here,
the white line.
yeah, the white line, this line right here. See, and so, you know, I'm not going to be within, you know, several fourths of an inch. I'm not going to force things. If I may have trimmed my apex back just a little too far, or, you know, see, I'm not forcing anything here. Okay. I'm
Okay, so
reading.
yeah, I just wanted, people just
Yeah.
don't understand what that blue line, what are we supposed to be using it for? Like,
Yeah, right to the edge of the sole or to the white line right here is
okay.
about where
On your
it's at.
case, it was a little, your white line's a little bit further out, but it's a guideline.
Yes, it is a guideline. Look at the sole ridge.
Right.
See how it appeared?
Yeah, but if we don't have a sole ridge that we can even find, you know, where we're at. So people are like, okay, the blue line, I've got it right where it intersects the center line. What is supposed to be happening at that intersection? What's supposed to be there?
Yeah, well, you mean right here, the intersection here and
right
here.
There.
Okay, that's about where your toe ends. Okay, so what we're marking is, so the coffin bone ends about here. And then you have the sole corium, and then you have the sole that has to grow down and forward. And so you are allowing by 1.5 inches, if you find the true apex, you are allowing for sole growth to there. So you got your inner foot, you got where the coffin bone is, but the coffin bone is covered with sole corium. Okay. Bug flew. I got this fly that's been attacking me all day.
Yeah, so I think a lot of times, you know, we all do this mapping and people don't
not understanding what it is,
understanding what it represents.
You're right. And so I'm glad you brought this up.
Because
Okay,
I've had a lot of people go, well, do I bevel back to that point? You know, what is that line for?
Okay, so the way I see it is that this gives you your distance to about where your sole grows down to and should end. All right, and that would be about to the white line. And so that's giving you room to have sole. If you brought your toe back any further than that, you'd be into the sole corium. And so what you've got a hoof capsule, and that hoof capsule, you've got the coffin bone inside in the inner foot. You've got the coffin bone covered with sole corium, and then you have the sole that grows from the sole corium. And so having sole growing from the sole corium, the sole ridge brings you to about here. You see what I'm saying? Kinda. Hello?
Yeah, but I'm like, you know, I've thought about like how people have misinterpreted this line for a long time.
Okay, that's good to know.
And what it actually represents and how to use it.
Okay. It represents it represents you giving enough hoof wall without giving too much hoof wall, so that your toe is in the correct spot. So you have some sole growth. You know, I could let's see, I could find a picture of a foot cut in half to where you can see from the side what it is. Like, this is your hoof capsule. It has to grow a certain length past the end of the sole corium. And so what I've figured out on your average horse is that it is about 1.5 inches. And when Gene Overnick, and I wish I could find the study, but him and his son did a big study on coffin bones and toe lengths. Okay. And they found that in horses that these toe lengths were very close to what he had been teaching, which he teaches like from the true apex of the frog to the end of the coffin bone is like 3/4 of an inch. Okay, but I add another 1/4 of an inch. Well, let's see, what are we going? I add more to that to make up for sole corium, meaning the end of the foot, not the end of the coffin bone. And then for the foot to grow sole, which would be about to here. And that's why I put it there. If we looked at a foot, I wonder if I have that picture.
I think back in the early days when I was starting with TACT, it was my understanding with that 1.5 inch line that's we were supposed to bevel kind of back to that to get rid of all kinds of leverage and stuff on the toe.
That too, yeah. Yeah, because see,
that's my
where
understanding.
Yeah, and that too. See, there's lots of things that go into it, you know? And so, yeah, we would bevel back. I bevel back to the white line right here. Just a slight, you know, I bevel back there because I don't want any leverage on the wall pulling my toe forward. So it's a multifaceted thing for why we are doing that general measurement.
But you don't want to bevel beyond and into your white line.
Well, in some cases, people do when there is if the sole is stretched way forward, that's called a rocker toe. But it tends to make horses sore.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, that can make them really sore.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that just by doing that, you know, beveling back to the white line and stuff for 5 years, I never got Dolly's toes back.
Yeah.
5 years I fought with them, and it took Melissa one trim and she's got it.
Now, did she go beyond the white line?
I don't know because the toe wasn't mapped. Oh no, beyond the white line, no. You can look at the solar pictures from the last trim and you can see that it's not beyond the white line at all.
But also, Marilyn, okay, I could never actually get you to go as far back to the white line.
I know. I was scared to death.
And stuff. So, you know, like I go back to this white line right here. And I've been able to bring lots of toes back, you know, but you have to absolutely come back to the white line.
Yeah, and I just couldn't do it.
You know, I know. That's okay. That's okay, because now we're learning something else too from this gal in the way she did it. You know.
Oh, I always went to the white line, but never through it because I knew that caused great pain.
Mm-hmm.
No, even through the years before TACT, I always never crossed that line.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess in one way I was doing the right thing and not even knowing it, because I would do it all the way around the hoof except for in the heel area.
Yeah. Well, see, and Gino, Nick, and other people taught what's called a rocker toe. But here's what was going on. They were trimming the heels down to the base of the frog, and then they did not know that that was actually trimming the heels out gradually. And so the heel that was here originally winds up gravitating up to here, right? Well, they have this method whereby they measure from, and it pulls the the back of the frog forward too. And so they use this 1/3, 2/3 balance of the equine foot thing to, which is a type of mapping in which they take and they divide the foot up, okay, back here to the base of the frog to about the apex of the frog, and then divide that in half. And then they take that half and they put it on the apex of the frog and they say, that's how long your toe should be. Well, okay, what was happening was these heels were moving forward and the distance between here and here was getting shorter. And so they thought their toes were shooting forward. So to combat that, they came up with the rocker toe. So, and to do the rocker toe, to get the toe back to the measurement they thought it should be, because you know how we say when you're trimming the heels out and the back of the foot's moving forward this way, the distance between here and here is getting shorter. It makes the toe look longer. And a lot of times too, because of the mechanics of the thing, your toe is wanting to shoot forward because you've placed all these horn tubules at a lower angle, forcing them forward. So then they would come in here. And so, yeah, to make the toe, like, see, if I was to do that now, this probably would not come out right. I'm looking at my frog, the distance from here to here. I just don't go for that 2/3 balance thing anymore because I know the back of the foot distorts. It's not a constant. And so your frog is bending up into the foot. Your frog is getting shorter from here to here. So if I take this distance from here to here and I divide it in half as it's getting shorter and I try and use that for the measurement for here, I'm going to think my toe's long when it's not. So how am I supposed to back that toe up? That's when they came up with the rocker toe, where you would, let me get my annotate here, this minute here, where you would do this. Okay, so, oh, come on. So let's say, here we go. And if we divided this in half, which my probably isn't doing it, and it was shorter, and I took that half or whatever, let's say I on my foot, it ain't gonna work. But let's say it comes out to right there. Okay. And so I think my toe's long, but it's not. And so I draw a line here. I'm thinking that my toe has to be brought back to there to give me 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Well, then I think my toe's long. So to rocker toe, they would bevel all this back here and then blend in the pillar or leave the pillar high, you know, because they think it bears weight. And so, yeah, I can see why horses get sore because you're taking.
So they would literally go rocker right at that intersection to that point.
Yep. That's
Damn.
why all these horses
That's
were
gotta
sore.
be painful as hell.
That's wow.
Yeah, and that would make, you know, we found out that not only can the back of the foot be bent down and move forward, come to find out, well, the toe of the coffin bone can be shoved back as well when you do that. So the foot's getting it from both ends. See, it's literally being bent in the front and pushed back and bent in the back and pushed back. And so it's being bent in the very center and it's turning into this little tiny version of itself. It's becoming totally foot bound. So that's what a rocker toe did. I haven't done that for a very long time now. Huh?
My hind hooves were like that, where if I measured an inch in it from the apex of the frog, If I had even an inch, it was a miracle to the end of the hoof. I mean, so the hoof was bent. It had a huge concavity.
Oh, wow.
I
Yeah.
never touched the toe again. And I just started trying to work on everything in the back of the foot,
Yeah.
trying to get it to open up because the front was so short.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was way too short. And I'm like, oh my Lord, this foot has been, shortened beyond, recognition. So I just started working on trying to get the foot to elongate to the rear.
Yeah.
Never
That
touch
makes
the
sense.
front end other than just to clean it up real quick with a light rasp, just a little boof, and then beveled the edge of the wall and left it alone.
Uh-huh.
And he
Well,
was
see,
sore,
that's great. Yeah.
but he was sore a long time on that,
Yeah.
especially on any kind of ground that wasn't super soft. But I mean,
God,
I
can
was
see
just like,
why.
why is that distance only an inch on my horse? But his
Mhm.
foot was completely bent.
Yeah.
We still have some bending, but now I have my 1.5 inches. It's taken 2 years of TACT to get my 1.5
Wow.
inches. I still don't have to do anything because I'm like right there,
Mhm.
but I'm still trying to open the back up.
Yeah.
These poor horses, they're walking around on these bells.
I know, with their little feet bent inside the shoe, like little Chinese women who's been feet bound.
Everyone thinks that looks great. And he had the bull nose, he had the big concavity.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
Yeah. Yeah. And so now, so now we're trying to figure out, well, how do I undo this? Um, you see how many variables there are here in all this? You see how it really is not easy to explain and understand, and all the ins and outs and the variables, and how everything has a false version of itself. And and I found out, like, on my pony that see, this is exactly how I trim my pony. I trimmed her heels down, and as the back of her foot was distorting, I used the 1/3, 2/3 proportional trimming method. And I noticed her toes just seemed to be getting long. So boy, I brought those toes back, and I literally bent her foot into a tiny, teeny capsule. See? Yeah. It's even worse on ponies. So, but anyway, again, these are all, what else are we going to do? I've done the best I can to try and figure out some sort of anatomical mapping that I'm still learning myself, but I'm seeing a consistency in this. But then again, this is my horse's foot, so we would want to look at the side of this foot as well, because if we look at the side of the foot, we can tell a lot. Like, let me go to the pictures and I'll show you what the side of his foot looks like here. Just a second here. Okay, so
yeah, many of us have never seen this sole ridge. So I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen one on my horse.
Okay.
So I'm like, you can't force it, right? You can't go digging around looking for it.
Well, to a degree, to a degree, you can find it a lot of times, especially if you don't have totally flared out walls. It's there. When your foot is bent, though, you gotta, okay, so, oh man, when your foot is bent, imagine how your sole is growing when your foot is bent like that.
I try,
yes. Instead of having a flat foot, okay, with uniform sole thickness under it, okay, you have a bent foot that's got, let me see here if I can, well, I'll show you here. Let me show you, I'm going to show you some pictures of Valor's foot here. So let's see, is this the one? Yep, this is the one. Okay, so here I have, and actually I didn't take the heel down here, so I do have a bit of a gap. Let's see, new share. Okay, so I rasp that foot down, and here's where it is after I rasp, but when I have not beveled the walls at all. So you can see I got a real nice straight wall. Once I bevel that toe, it's not going to look long at all. So I feel when I look at the side of this foot, I feel good about what I'm looking at. Now, my heels are still run forward, but I'm hoping now that I'm getting all this under control, okay? And also I'm beveling clear back. I'm beveling now clear back to here. I'm not rockering the back. I'm not doing the very back of the heel, but I am beveling back to here because I thought, because I have height here. See, I've got some height and some heel. I've got some wall here, even if it's at a slant that I don't want it at. You see the difference in the slant here and the dorsal wall? Yes. I would like all these, this fly, I'm gonna beat it up. Don't you just hate, you ever get one of those flies? There's been a fly in this house. It's been attacking me all day long. I was in doing dishes. It was buzzing in my ear and knocking me in the eyeball. And you know what's really bad is then you go to hit it and you're smacking yourself. It just flew in my face again. Then you're smacking yourself, which kind of need that anyway. But okay, so this is it without a bevel. But you see that horn tubule there? I don't want those there. I want those to be back here. I want all of this to move back and release the back of my foot and stand my foot up, So this is what I'm working on. And so I made it on purpose. I did not lower these heels, but I wanted to get all this. I wanted to leave my heels a bit longer, maybe.
Will that wall drop down now in a couple days to the floor?
I'm hoping so.
Is that why you left? I mean, there's a significant gap under there.
Yeah, there is. Because I've left heel. I never took any heel down. See, I didn't just go like that. Because my heels are run forward. You see that? But
no, they haven't flared out though either. Your heels aren't flaring out in the sides and the back yet.
Yeah, not yet. And so
I mean, if you have a flared out heel, that's different.
Yeah. Well, let's look and see what I wound up with when all was done. I mean, first of all, I'm looking at this area and I'm wondering if I left my pillar here high. See, I mean, this is just the general rasp that I wind up with when I'm done there. I haven't taken the heels totally down. I did, I'm reading the sole ridge. Oh God, that thing just knocked me in the eye again. I'm going to kill you. Okay. Beating the air. I look like an idiot.
Should I get you a beekeeper's helmet thing?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyway, this is what I was down to. What I finally decided I was going to do. But now do you see the sole ridge? That doesn't mean that you have to take your foot down this much, because you cannot, see, this is why I just so dread sometimes teaching people stuff, because your horse's foot could be at a different location. You aren't going to be able to get a clean white line. You don't want to try. All right.
That's why I ask all these questions.
Yeah, and I'm glad you do. It took me a long time to get a clean white line and have a relatively level foot. Okay, now it doesn't look level because the heels are run forward and I have not rasped them way down. Ideally, if I could just pull these heels back and shove the bulbs up and pull all the frog back and shove it up, then you wouldn't have that gap there. See, the gap is coming from the heels. Not from this. This is all nice and level. The gap is coming from the heels and maybe a little bit here in the toe quarter. See, because I think what I did later was I took this toe quarter down a little more. Because as you take it down, it will get more spade shaped. As you leave it high, it will get rounder. And as you take it down, it will come in like this. So, okay, so I took the heel down a little bit. Now look at it. See, I haven't got that gap like it was, but I had not taken the heel down at that because I hadn't decided what I want to do with them yet. And at this point, what I am trying to do is I am trying to take more toe and leave more heel so that the back of my foot will lift up. While at the same time working with this area so that hopefully these horn tubules can move back. See, I so want that stripe to be about like that. See, because if that stripe can move back like that, it's going to take this heel and kick it under here. And that's what I want to see done. So, do you see how tempting it is for them to want to just take those heels clear back to here? They think by taking these heels back to here that they are helping the horse, increasing where they land. When in reality, these bulbs up here, they want to be up here. In fact, they want to be higher than this. And at this time, because I hadn't been doing much with this foot, of course, his cartilages are rounded more than I would like. But I went and trimmed the frog, and I probably, if I went out and take pictures tomorrow, you're going to see that his cartilages have expanded. They go back and forth because until you get these heels and everything just right, and then you grow that frog stand right where the frog is supposed to be, you're going to see that these things go back and forth. They can expand if it's wet, and then they contract if it's dry, because the foot is not, you don't want to, see, I don't want my foot totally stabilized back here yet, because I want everything moving. I want that frog still moving and coming up, you know, the bulbs coming apart and the frog moving up to where it's supposed to be and things like that. So again, I don't want that there. I don't want any of that there. I want it all back up and straighter. I want this higher. You know that if this was straighter, not straight, but if it was at the proper angle, that it would lift this whole area up here, that this bulb skin would be more like up here. You see that?
Yeah.
So, and here, look, you can see, now this is, what the heck? Okay, yeah. See how my horn tubules are pushed this way?
They're a little twisted.
They are, aren't they? Because that was the heel that was twisted. So I'm hoping all of this will come and just push that right around and push that heel right back up. See? Now they don't look as twisted here, but they are still angled over that way. See, and what happened was, so they twisted all the way over to here, but they got right to here, and these ones said, we don't really want to go anywhere. Thank you. And so they cracked right there. So I started out with 3.5 inches, and this is what I took off in that trim. Now you see, Leah, you see the bulge?
Yes.
Okay, that's from the walls being long. And he's got a little bulge here and over here too. That's from the walls being long for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I have cracks too, also, like you.
So it'll be interesting when I go out and take a picture to see what's what.
Do you have the final picture of the bevel that you did at the end?
Yeah, in fact, I did it different this time. Okay, that's the final bevel that I did. But I marked all this. And of course, here's what happened too. When I beveled the foot right here, then what appears? This gap appears. Why is that gap there? Because the heel is run forward. See that?
Yes.
So if I would have left the wall there, it would have just been flat. But as I beveled it, this here appears.
Yes,
So,
my hoof, it was the same.
Okay.
The picture that I sent you had exactly that.
Okay. And now see again, see the ridges in my foot?
Yes.
Okay. But what I am liking about what I'm seeing is my hairline. It hasn't gotten up to my hairline where it's really shoved my hairline up. I still have this arc here. So, okay, so I want to show you this. Well, we'll just look at the end product here. And then I took the grinder and I cleaned everything up. See, when everything's cleaned up, you can really see how asymmetrical this heel is here. So I'm hoping, see this bar? How it's been out like that? So, you know, has that bar been keeping that heel out? You know, this is all distortion, but I'm hoping sooner or later it will all correct
Your
itself.
frog looks a little wider on that side back
It sure
there too.
does. It sure does, doesn't it?
Oh,
And
now that we're all getting so picky.
yeah. Exactly. I was noticing that too. See, you don't always notice these things when you're when the
Hanging
hoof
on
and
to a
hand.
moving hoof.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. And of course here you can see the heel run forward, pulled over that way. And that's the medial side.
Now with your one heel being more pulled forward than the other, have you been addressing that or just leaving it be?
I've been trying to work with that, yes.
So back up to that one picture again, please.
This one?
No, the back view. The back view. Keep going. That one.
Yeah.
Nope. Go back to the back view.
That one?
And the one where he's on the ground, where he's standing on the ground for a minute that you just showed us.
Here?
No, the back of the foot on the ground. We're getting there. Where did it go?
I know I got some.
I know you do, because you just showed it to us. Where'd it go? He was standing on it and it was the camera shot from the back.
Might have to go a ways.
Sooner or later, I know you did one. There, back up. There. So is that this foot here?
Yeah.
So I'm just, I'm just looking at the one picture made it look like the one heel was really more skewed.
That doesn't look like the same picture that you saw at first.
No, it doesn't.
No, because the other, actually, I see what you were looking at too. It looked like one side was elevated, the bulb was elevated.
Yeah, and this isn't the same picture.
No, that's not the picture.
Huh.
You saw what I saw?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, yeah, so I don't know, was it further back in the beginning of the pictures?
It was right after she showed the side picture before.
Right. I think it was way back when she first started.
This is before the trim.
That doesn't look like the same foot.
Huh.
The ones you're showing now.
It is the same foot. This is how long the foot was before I trimmed it. Yeah, it doesn't look like the same foot, but it is the same foot. See how different
back up. You went by it again. 2 pictures backwards. That
was it. Yeah. Oh, there.
There. Stop.
No.
We're
that's not it either.
That's not it. That's the same one you were on.
Yeah. Whatever. It went by so quick I couldn't really look at it.
Okay. Oh. Now see, what I noticed when I took these pictures was, man, that looks really skewed. It still looks really skewed. So, but you see how these feet twist, but when he stands looking forward now, he doesn't look pigeon-toed like he used to. All right. So,
Linda, can I ask you a question? It's a little off the topic, going back to, remember when we were talking about the the bars and the wide frog when the heels spread right out wide, and you said not to take out the periopal and stuff in the middle. So would we still make a central sulcus if the frog was big and fat and didn't have one?
I'm thinking, see,
What is this connected device thing?
huh?
Is this on my computer or your computer? Connected device running Cameo.
I have no. Oh,
Cameo.
I see it too.
I have.
I thought it was my computer.
I have a whatchamacallit? Gosh, this thing. I have a cell phone I use as a man. I have a cell phone I use as a webcam. That's all.
Hotspot?
Huh?
A hotspot?
No, just a cell phone I use as a webcam, and it's called Camel.
Ah.
So it's obviously not working right now. I make a central sulcus but all I'm saying is when your heels are really low, okay, if that, and your bulbs are turned in and you got a bunch of periopal pretending to be a frog stay, don't trim it all out until you get some heel elevation, or you're going to use DIM to keep that foot high, or your heels will contract. You'll take all that out from the central sulcus. Your bulbs will smash together, and once they're smashed together, then the frog don't want to grow. Okay.
But yeah, I was always under the assumption though, if we don't take the dead stuff out, it won't grow, and we're killing the frog.
But you don't want it out until you have some elevation in the heels is the thing. See, yeah, you're right. Okay. But until you get some elevation in the heels, that is still there between the bulbs, keeping the bulbs separate. See,
so we would just clean the collateral groove of frog.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, you can trim some of that central sulcus out. You just don't want to trim off all that stuff that's feeding.
Yeah, I've never touched that.
Yeah, that's feeding that until it's time.
So the actual material between the bulbs that is in the vertical kind of position.
Mm-hmm.
I've never touched that. I've just left that be, but I will trim out. I'll literally get a hump of periopal where the central sulcus could be. Like an upward hump right in the middle. And I always take some of that out because literally the frog looks pregnant.
Okay.
You know where you talked about before, where it looks like there's stitching in the center of the
yeah, that's what I'm
take that out?
No,
don't take that out.
Don't take that out until now. You can kind of trim it up a bit, but you want it to keep feeding and keep those bulbs apart until you have some heel. Okay. Otherwise your heels will contract and your bulb, it kind of helps in keeping your heels from contracting is what it does. Okay. So now I'm going to show you how I beveled.
But all that dead stuff, if you don't touch the feeder thing, but you still have this big lob of dead periopal right where your central sulcus, and it keeps reappearing. Every month, I take out a little of it each time and give myself just a slight swale into the frog.
Yeah, I think that's okay. But you don't want to cut off all the feed and everything like that until you have some heel and you have some moisture.
Okay, and then I was kind of doing that right.
Yeah. See how hard this is to explain sometimes.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of variables.
I figured if I took the feeder tube, that would make trouble.
Yeah, sometimes it makes me want to run away screaming. Because I don't want anybody to hurt their horse. I don't want to cause a worse problem, and some of this stuff was stuff I learned after the fact. And something I learned after the fact, unfortunately, was a skill that when you trim the heels down, they contract. They want to contract and make their own heel, you know. So, and depending on the frog and how much thickness of frog width determines on how much those heel buttress will be sucked in towards the frog. Because what happens is, so that heel buttress, that part of the bulb and frog or coronary band that holds that, grows that heel buttress, they just literally get twisted in and shoved right up next to the frog, you know. And then there's supposed to be a space between your bulbs that grows a frog in between there. And then if there's nothing in there, boy, then it'll just shove your bulbs right together, you know, and there's no space between them at all. And they got to have some space between them to be able to grow some frog stay. And that is why, you ever seen frog stay called frog spine? Anybody seen that but me? You got a couple
mentioned that before.
Okay, well, like I'm not gonna mention names because people get mad at me. All right, but a couple of these hoof experts, they decided they didn't want to call it a frog stay, and so they call it a frog spine. Well, then they show pictures of it, and it's just like a sliver. You know, it's just a sliver. Well, the reason it's a sliver, and they're thinking it's a spine, is because the bulbs are totally contracted and it can't grow a thick frog stay. See what I mean? The wider your bulbs are apart, the wider and fatter your frog stay is. The more your bulbs are contracted and smashed together, the thinner your frog stay is.
Can we work sometime on a hoof that is like really bound in the back where you have that sliver and like the whole hoof is just solid, probably false sole, and it's a small hoof?
Yeah.
You know, something like, it's not a can foot, but if it kept going, it would be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these feet that are small, the toe length is but the whole back of the foot is very turned in. It's very tall, and it's just solid material in there.
Yeah. It's
just solid. It's like, do you thin some of that solid stuff out and lower the heels a little bit if they're well over 2 inches? Because it's just like a fortress. I'm not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I believe you have to thin the sole out, because that sole is going to glue that whole foot together. And you're not going to get anywhere unless you really thin that sole down. And you get
I've been slowly
moisture to the foot.
Yeah, I wish we could even get rain around here. I've been taking the curved sole rasp to it every time I trim it, and just taking more layers out, trying to thin it gradually.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like a rock. It's very compressed. It's not true sole, but it's compressed dead sole. And it, like I said, the foot had no frog. Now I have some frog. It's very thin. At least there is one now. Yeah. My bulbs in the back are touching each other. And it's just solid material. Yeah. And I'm like, how do I don't want to lower the heels and have it contract more. Yeah. But if I took a little bit of heel off, it would lower it. And like, I got to start thinning out this sole, but I don't know exactly how to tackle it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that, and I can't tell you I exactly would know how to do it either, but I just know that if a foot totally contracts and that's going to compress all those sole tubules together.
Oh, it's compressed. It's like a rock.
And then it's just going to grow really thick, and those feet can grow real tall too.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. And so that's just going to glue the whole foot together. So I just can't see how you could correct that foot unless you are thinning the heck out of that sole.
And then when I thin the sole out,
we want.
Right. So when I thin the sole out, it makes the wall stand up much higher than the sole now. If I start taking all that sole out, now my capsule's going to be way above the sole. So then I have to lower the capsule, the wall.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the foot and see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
to try
You
and
know, if
figure
you
that out.
start
you
digging
know?
soul out, yeah,
Yeah.
you're starting to dig soul out, then all of a sudden you're well below the wall because you've just dug it out.
Yeah.
Because you know it's fake soul. So that means now your walls in that area are too tall.
Okay, well, but okay, and yeah, that's going to happen too, especially if you've got a bound up foot. Okay, because you could literally have uh 2 inches of sole in that bend. You know what I mean? The foot is bent, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Right.
so
Well, it's got to be. It's so small.
yeah, and the foot is bent, and so it filled up with sole. The bend did.
Correct.
Okay, and so yeah, imagine you got to take all that out. But then again, oh God, you know, it's like a nightmare.
It is, because I'm like, if I take too much out, what's going to happen? If I don't take any out, nothing happens.
Yeah, I know. So, you know,
I've been slowly just taking the curved rasp and just taking layers out each time, just taking some more out each time.
Yeah.
You know, and just maybe just working my way through and see if I can get through it and get the back to open up some more.
Yeah, that's what I do. Okay, I want to show this video. I want to show this video. Okay. Okay, now I did something different this time. Usually what I do is I start at the toe and I just take the toe across to the white line. You know, at a shallow bevel, so I'm not, you know, like just cutting the toe off or something. Because I want the toe to roll over. I don't want there to be sharp horn tubules around the toe. But anyway, so this is what I did. So let's see here. Okay, so you have layers. Are you here? Do I have the sound on?
Yeah.
Did you hear me? Huh?
Oh, we don't hear the video sound, but just you.
Okay. Okay, so you have layers here, stratums. What I'm marking here is the stratum externum. Okay, the very outer layers have the hardest horn tubules and are the most pigmented usually. Well, as far as I know. Okay, so I'm going to mark 3 layers, 3 or 4 layers here. You got the stratum externum here. Come on. I'm going to speed this up. So your stratum externum. And then I'm going to do another layer here in a second. We're going to go for, okay, we're going to do this in turquoise. We're going to pretend this is the stratum medium, middle, medium, external, stratum external, stratum middle. But we're going to use the big words of stratum externum and stratum medium. All right, so we're doing the stratum medium, layers of the hoof wall. Going in. Harder on the outside. As you get in, they get softer. And this is going to be the stratum internum, meaning inner. Okay. Stratum layers, the layers. Okay, and then we got the stratum lamellum, which we're going to do in green, but the stratum lamellum is combined with the you know, the foot glue, the sole glue there, which okay, so there. So now I'm gonna bevel these, and I can't tell you what angle. It's just the angle of my arm. Okay, so now you're gonna watch the stratums disappear. Okay, so right there, I don't want to hit my heels, like at all. The back of this heel part right here. No, I don't want. Okay, so you're just gonna, right now I'm just taking off the stratum externum. I've still got the stratum medium. And and the stratum internum and the stratum lamellum. Now, here's the deal. This area right here, here's your heel. All this is heel. All this right here is heel. And when I'm growing heel in, I don't want to bevel any of this. Okay. I want to leave it higher than the sole by 3/8 of an inch at least. Okay. However long I can leave it without it breaking off or crumbling or breaking in or whatever. Because I want this area. Does everybody see where I'm marking that there? This,
yep.
I want all of this to retain weight so that as the wall is growing, this is weighted by the weight of the horse, and it makes the growth harder to push down. And because the foot wants to rise up, as the growth comes in, it will stay in the capsule. And this makes the capsule bigger from the top.
So what if you don't have that 3/8 of an inch in that, right in that sole area back in, right
then
there?
Then you grow it. You grow it.
We don't remove any sole right in that, in the seat of the corn?
I didn't.
And it did finally start rising up over the sole? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, later I did and stuff, but a lot of times you could have an inch full of exfoliatable sole in here, digging clear back into here and clear up into here. I want to leave as, for now, as far as I know, in my thinking, I'm trying to think of what I used to do. Because I haven't had this problem for a while.
I've dug it out and it's just the heel just curled over.
Okay.
Yep, that's what's happened to me too. Dig it out and the heel turns over.
Okay,
I was just
great.
like, so then I'm like, do I dig out less or do I just leave it all in there?
I would just leave it.
That's what I'm trying.
I've had a black line right along, like a dirt line, go right around the inside on the white line. So I've tried to clean that out, and then the heel rolls over.
The heel rolls over.
Yeah, that's that. You talk. Okay, so we don't want to clean that out. Which thank you for confirming that for me.
No, because you're saying, you want to have a little height over your sole, and I'm thinking every time I do that, the thing just rolls over.
Okay, well, hopefully.
But your foot's healed. Your foot's more correct than ours.
Yeah, but gradually you just keep leaving it a little bit longer, and that growth is going to start remaining up in the capsule. And that is why you don't want to clean this all out. Like, I think we talked about this before. People talk about really clean out that seed of the corn. I just didn't think that was a good idea in feet you're trying to grow heel on, because even false, dead, exfoliatable sole left in here helps support this wall some.
I thought cleaning out the seed of the corn, we used to do that to help the heel to move back, to release it a little bit.
Not right away.
That's what I did. And then I'm like, yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, not right away. You just kind of need to leave this right in here and just weight this wall. What you're doing is you're growing this part right here. See, when I first started growing heels back, okay, I knew this part was not high. And so when I trimmed, I left it. I left it and let it grow. And then I would measure over this way, like an inch or so, this way, an inch or 2 inch. I would actually mark this and I would say, I'm not going to trim this.
So what about the little connection where the bar connects to the heel buttress? Do we disconnect that still, or are we're going to leave the bar connected?
Well, I don't know.
Because I find when I disconnect it, it kind of lets the buttress kind of bend in and roll over too.
Okay, so then probably keep it for now.
Just leave it attached?
Leave it, yeah. Leave it for now. See, some of these things I don't remember what happened. Because see, for one thing, when I started growing Balor's heels, was after I hardly didn't trim him for a year. You know, except a couple times, didn't even look at the feet hardly because I'd given up. You know, that was in 2014. So, you know, trying to remember everything. I don't remember everything. So, but I remember there's always a crack here, right there, for some reason. But because the bars were distorted and deformed, and I didn't know it. You know, and at that time I wasn't trimming. Also, I wasn't trimming the bars quite like I am now. You know, I was still trimming to distorted bars and stuff like that. So, to me, though, thinking now, leaving, even if it needs to be exfoliated, leaving stuff in here, anything to support this. So probably leaving some bar too, because you're wanting the growth to remain up in here. And I think, you know, we're going to get better at reading these feet and what stage they're at, so that we'll know when, okay, now I'm going to remove that to allow that to, you know. So probably if you haven't got any heel, even leaving some of your funky bar for a period of time is a good thing. So I don't know. I don't have all the answers, you know, but look at it this way. Look at all of us trying to do this. Look at all the things that you are contributing by doing this. You know, you've all just piped up and said, well, I found this when this happened, and I found that when that happened. And see, so we're coming to a consensus. We're seeing this data that shows these same things going on in these feet. And we're all learning to read different things and helping one another. See?
Can
Isn't
I
that cool?
share something with you that
Sure.
now that we're talking about that area?
Sure.
A couple of hoof chats ago, we were talking about being able to grow the heel buttons. And somebody suggested to me to use hoof taps. Remember that?
Yeah.
The little metal taps. Well, I actually got some, and I did put them in right right on the white line, as far back as I could into the heel area. Yeah. I didn't get it quite back that far, but more to the left a little.
Okay.
And I left. They stayed in because it was really dry for about almost 3 weeks. And you know what I noticed when I picked the foot up and looked at it?
What?
A massive amount of sole thickened in the heel.
Really?
In the seed of corn, massive amount. And I thought, oh my goodness, what is this?
Wow. Okay.
It's super, super thick. Like I'll bet you she got almost, I'd say between almost a half an inch of thickness extra.
Wow.
Wait,
Okay.
so
And
did you have
in a
low
space
heels?
as big as almost like a robin egg, you know, like it was massive. I thought, oh my goodness.
Wow, that's great.
No, are those heels really low? I forget what your horse's feet look like.
Yeah, her heels were really low.
Because I've used the hoof taps too, and you know, I'm thinking about experimenting again with them back in the heel area. You put it in the white line?
Yeah, I tried to get them right into the white line, but I couldn't get it right back. Her heels were really curved and low. But I put them, right where your cursor is. That's pretty much where I put them.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you use needle nose pliers to hold them so you didn't hit your thumb?
I had some long nose tweezers, so yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
You have to, but I was thinking about going back in there again and putting a couple in there again in my low heels and watching what happens again. Because I wasn't as observant the first time I did it.
Well,
So
that's
you got some. So do you think you got some height in your heel too from that?
I'm looking at the bottom of the foot right now. Yeah, and she wasn't very cooperative after, and 3 of them actually, when it got really, really wet, came out on their own. So I thought after 3 weeks, maybe we should, this is an experiment. I've never used these before. I said, maybe we should pull them out because we don't want anything to overgrow and get stuck in her sole. And 3 of them had already fallen out, and one we pulled out, and that's what I noticed is like right in the seed of corn area. And oh my goodness, it was like massive amount of sole growth.
Now, did you have a big pocket that was open in that area before that?
Well, she didn't have a lot of wall height there because she didn't have heel. So, but like I said, this is the one whose heels are spread right out. She's a thoroughbred, and yeah, her heels are very spread out. So
so I'm wondering if she developed she got some extra wall height back there along with the sole.
it really looks like it, yeah. Because now when I look at the rear view, like rear view picture of her heels standing on the ground, her bulbs are actually off the ground and they weren't before.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking of that because if the wall, like you may, and this always got to remember this too. Let's say you're doing this and you're thinking that you're supposed to see the growth here. Well, what we're wanting, even if you're not, this isn't getting that long, if the growth is adding up into the top, then that would raise the bulbs up off the ground.
Yeah, that's where I saw it. I didn't see it at the surface of the sole. Her hoof wall didn't extend the sole a lot like that, but it's just that, yeah, she's definitely longer in the heel.
Oh, okay.
So I guess I'll go back to, I have like a whole bunch of those heel taps. I'm gonna have to go back in and experiment, I guess, on his back feet again. I just literally trimmed him, so now's the time to do it.
Yeah. Worth a try. I'm gonna get brave if she won't kick me and let me. We had difficulty getting a little hammer hard enough to put him in without hitting her sole. So she got really pissed at us.
Oh, well, they'll get over it. No, I just hung on, but I found out you have to have needle nose pliers or something, or you can't hold on to them. They're so tiny.
Yeah, but
You have to have something.
It was being able to hit just the tap without hitting the edge of the wall and still
not hitting you.
in.
Right. But once you get them in, if they don't bend over sideways, if you hit them square on, they go right in. They say to dig little holes in first. Well, I was like, yeah, that's not happening.
I just sort of cleaned out the white line a little bit, just so it was a little bit below the sole, just a little bit.
Who invented those?
I forget who it is, but I bought some and I thought, well, it's metal. It should stop some of the wear, was my idea. You know, if the metal would keep would take some of the impact and not let the heels get worn as low. If you look up heel taps,
they say also that it helps prevent the flaring.
Okay.
You know, like where you'll have the separation in the wall in the back. I don't know if it does, but
I'm not sure if that was just because they thought it was just you were nailing it together. I have no idea, but they have a zinc coating on them, so if you do have any kind of infection, it will help with that as well.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back and play with them.
I'm gonna give it another try before winter sets in and see if it'll help some more.
Yeah, that was me with the heel taps originally. That's why I was wondering what your heels look like. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, they're very low. She was just
wearing mine are doing the back. So I guess I'm gonna have to do it again, since like I said, I literally just finished trimming them yesterday. So I have good shots of before and after when I put them in.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Okay.
Well, let us know.
Yeah, we always do.
Well, I think this is great. I think it's great what people are sharing and learning. Even earlier, the discussion about those glue-on shoes, it took me a moment to catch what you were talking about. So about those tabs, I was like, oh, okay, I know them. What do you call those shoes? Octagon or something?
Octos. There's different brands. One's Octo.
Okay.
They're the ones I tried, and I mean, I measured and measured and measured and measured, and because my hooves in the back were so low, and my one hoof, the walls flare ever so slightly out. They're not perfectly straight down in the back. So if you have any deformities from whatever reason in your hoof wall and the hoof wall is short, those tabs do not hang on. I don't care how much glue you put on.
That makes sense.
I tried 3 sizes on Dolly.
I tried 2. Maybe again in the future when my hoof walls maybe are a little bit straighter in the back and I have a little bit more height, and I actually have some wall back there that might have some straightness to it, I can try it again. I didn't throw them out, but I'm not going to do it again for a while.
Yeah.
I was very happy with them for the time that Dolly had them on.
His
I
front,
thought,
his front stayed on longer only because his hooves were in better shape. The back ones, and I just gave up. I was so mad. Every day I came out and they were off. Every day.
That'd be
wow.
frustrating. Okay, I gotta get going here. Let's go. All right, so okay, so we did the stratum medium or the stratum externum, and now see the green line? Green line represents the stratum medium. And so this is a different way I'm beveling this time. I'm just doing even all the way around, basically, except then I did some from the top. But anyway, because usually what I do is I take the toe back across to the white line, then I blend in here over. But I don't know, this, I just wanted to show people the different stratums that we're going to here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, now I will rasp out that green line, see there? So a little more bevel to the stratum internum, which would be the water line. They call it the water line. The reason, because it is the softest next to the lamellum, and the wall is softer in there. And more, they say it has more moisture. That's why they call it the water line. Okay, so still got a little over there. Contorting myself. There we go. And I tend not to bevel this side as much as I probably should. Or I trim it different, you know, because that's why pictures are so good, because you can really see what you're really doing and what you're not. Now, I didn't show the part where I used the grinder and cleaned up the whole foot and the frog and everything else, but okay, so let's look at the pictures now. Let's see. Okay, let's close that and get a picture up here. Just a minute. Where are we at? Okay, let's see. Screen. Okay. So that's the bevel I wound up with right there. It's a very shallow bevel, but look, I've still got wall next to the white line. I've got the stratum internum next to the white line. I did not all bevel this part here. And I just started, trying to remember to do different things at different times. I just started within the last couple months beveling this part of the foot. It just got to be a habit of not to bevel it while I was growing in heel. But then I got to thinking, well, wait a minute, all these horn tubules also need to move back, and maybe I'm preventing them from moving back by only beveling to here. So I've come clear back to here and stuff, but not this part here. Not this little chunk here. I don't want to touch it. He'll bevel it himself. You know what I mean? I don't want to give it any kind of rocker at all to make it want to go forward. So, okay, so I thought that looked pretty good. Sometimes, you know, with these distorted heels, you kind of don't know quite what to do with them totally. But I did come in here and take off just a little bit more. Okay, so that's what it looks like once it's beveled. See, now, see what I do like about that is that I'm still maintaining the strongest part of the wall down as far as possible to support the sole and support that softer inner wall. So I'm going to get this and I'm going to compare it with the finish, because I put it on the stand and then I finished it off. So let's see what this compares like. Just a minute here. Oh, hold on. Gotta move a bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay. Just a second. I got to take a picture of it because I can't put up two at one time. Okay, hold on. Oh, you stupid thing. Just a second. You down here. Okay, hold on. I'm going to get. Okay, so here's what I wound up with, and then this is just how I finished it off, kind of from the top, just very lightly. As I'm looking at this, though, I'm also wondering if I've got a little flare going over here, you know, because these are at different angles. And so, again, you do take different angles and it'll show you different things, you know. So I may have a little bit of spreading out here. Not sure yet. I'd have to look. You can't always, you have to look at different angles to tell different things. But anyway, that was how I finished it. See, here's the thing. I don't really like when you have just a sharp edge drop off. Like, I don't like when, okay, you bevel it, like here's the wall. Oh, that looks like garbage. Wait a minute. Here's the wall. And you come in, if you come in here and you just take this off, right, like that, if I can, I like to just barely blend, just barely blend a little bit of the sharp edge here in, right here. Okay, well, anyway, that's what I wound up with. Just a second here. Okay. Screen share. Man, too much stuff in the way. So I'm kind of liking how that turned out with that bevel this time. Okay, that's before I finished it off and before I took off some more heel, I think. I can't remember. I'll have to look at the side. Let's see what it looks like from the side. If I, well, no. What are you? That was from 922. Okay, so we're back to the top there. That was the last time he was trimmed in 922. Or no, not 9. That was the other foot. Never mind. So, that was the other foot. Okay. So anyway, that's really all I have today. I was really wanting to do more hoof evaluations, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get online tomorrow morning and just do some live hoof evaluations on the group page like I did a couple weeks ago. And so anyway, if you had a foot you wanted me to look at today, I'm sorry that we didn't get to it. I'm not sorry. We went to a lot of places where we learned a lot and had a lot of contribution. I'm really grateful for that. Because I learned some stuff I can apply to whatever hoof evaluations you do. All right, so is there anything else? Would anybody like to comment?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really enjoy these.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot.
So much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Me too. Me too. I just so appreciate all you guys. And so okay, tomorrow, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's garbage day. Okay. Don't forget to take that garbage out. So tomorrow I'm gonna try and get on here sometime in the morning and do some hoof. I'm just gonna do hoof evaluations of people that have put pictures on the group page, and I got some people that have sent me pictures in Messenger that I want to help too.
So are you gonna record that?
Yeah, I will record it. It'll be recorded on our Facebook page.
Okay, just
Okay,
because
great.
I want to keep track of all this for people that can't be here so that I can post it for them to find it.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't be here tomorrow. We got a funeral at our church.
Okay.
But yeah, just so that, if it's being recorded, that I can find it, and then I'll post it for people that want to play catch up because they couldn't be here live.
Okay.
That's so great that you do it, Janet. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Janet. That's very great.
Really appreciate all you do, Janet.
Well, I just try to make it easier for people to find things.
Man, and I'll tell you what, I really appreciate it because frankly, I'm just overwhelmed.
Well, yeah. I mean, all I can do is sort through, find the YouTubes or find the links, and then just keep posting them and putting it by date. And if I can figure out a general subject matter, try to post that as well.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, the dates I think are real important so that they know how current it is.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, because there's so many YouTubes out there now, and so many things have changed or been, discovered since the first ones you did. That I'm afraid if people start going way back in time, not realizing things have changed, and you've learned so much more, that, we could keep them caught up better by watching the more current material.
Yeah. Leah, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Did any of that help you at all?
Yes, I'm going to try and do it tomorrow.
Okay. And did you kind of get a little bit about how I was exfoliating that sole some?
Yes, you made it seem very easy to do, but when I try.
Oh man, no, it's not easy. Not at all. And I'll try and get, see, there's a horseshoeing school right over here, very famous farrier that wrote a big fat book. And that guy, man, I loved watching guys use tools. It's like, well, when you go to the fair and you got the guy that's selling the knives. You know what I'm talking about?
You got to remember that the guys are a lot stronger than us too.
Yeah, that's right. They are. But
their hands and their arms are so much stronger than ours in general.
Yeah. But he has a video where he shows how to use a hoof knife, where he shows how to use his thumb as a lever and how to trim all that out. So I'm going to.
It only works if you can get the hoof to stay on the hoof stand.
Yeah, that helps.
I'd really like to see that knife sharpening video once. I think it was Simone that said she made one.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll post that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sometime for us to look at. That'd be great. She gave me a hand too.
We can't keep buying knives because they go dull.
Yeah, these knives do. Well, see, but here I have knives just for frogs. Okay. I got 2 knives, a left and a right, that I want to keep just for my frog.
I tried that, and then I keep I keep forgetting which one's which and wreck it.
Oh yeah.
I do the same thing.
It's almost like I need to paint the handles or something so I know who's who.
Yeah, I did mark mine, but I still cheat. But I got that one knife I really like for bars that is stainless steel and it's got a really super short blade that thing works great. Well, hey, everybody. Have a great week.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
And,
You
and
too.
Thank you very
may
much.
you all stay blessed and safe.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Linda.
Bye,
Have a
everybody.
great time.
Bye.
You're
Good
all
night.
wonderful. Take care.
Yeah, you too.